Alright, folks, welcome back. It is day 10. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は9日目です。Let's see. Yesterday we had our long day. Got a bunch of vocabulary words, right? Tons of vocabulary words. And as for the next, I guess, 20 or so days, we're going to play by ear, right? Trust in the process. Got 32 reviews today. We're gonna hop right in. Largely, interestingly enough, focusing what is taking more of my learning experience at the moment is actually remembering the mnemonics. So not necessarily the vocabulary, but the mnemonics, which I've become quite invested. I see that by the time we get to Wednesday, it looks like it's forecast to at the next stack of 20 or so, or 13 or so, I suppose. All right, let's hop right in. No time like the present. Okay. So, gotta get used to these color schemes as well. Vocabulary meaning. 8 yachts, right? 8 yachts. We're still sticking with mountain. That was our kanji. Oh, the read. Hi. Say hi, right? Go woman. Female? Okay. Still river. Is there any additional thing? I don't think so. Hachi? Right. Ichi? This is the vocabulary word. Taishita? Right. Taishita, how? Huh. What's the mnemonic for this? So this is their example of a word with okurikana, right? Yeah, okurikana, and generally they would use kunyomi. That was one of the things that they reiterated. But what was the Thai thing? Since we had two, right? Oh no, just one. Let's look. Oh, wear a tie to something, a big deal. That's right. There, Gecko. Konnichiwa, Gecko-san. Oh, it's a great, important, big deal. You can wear a tie to it. Okay, right. That was the mnemonic they wanted. Okay. On a roll. On oh. Sorry, I'm saying it that way because that's the mnemonic. Oh, that's big. And then kanji meaning. Okay. Go with big or large. San, right? Fuji-san. Dinner, Blair? Dinner. Nice. I think this one stayed this. They said same. The tie. Oh, reading. Their mnemonic for this. Oh, He-Man's toe. Ito. So, I feel like I already got this. Did I not get this? Oh no, I got the read already. Three Santa Sons at Nintendo. This one's a little bit we're finagling this a little bit. It would be eerie of me to be in front of the entrance to a Gucci store. So Iriguchi. Oh. Oh, whoops. It's Jinko, sorry. I was thinking of something else when I was... That's okay. Jinko. Yes, I know, Blair. I know. Not the point. Not the point. No need to say the sentence or say the answer. It's easily recognizable when it's wrong or right, because I already know all these vocabulary about remembering the mnemonics. Vocabulary meaning. Guess they didn't need anything for this, did they? I don't think they need anything for this. Yeah, no need to. You just read it to yourself. Was there anything for this? It's still Hito. I don't think. Oops. I don't think they... No, they just talked about the counters, right? And then this one was kind of a workaround. Like, if you know, they connected it contextually within Japanese, which is what I typically do for counters. So yeah, I don't think... Oops. I don't think they introduce anything here either. And then... Nope. We'll just go with Nin. Ninjin. Ninja is actually my mnemonic, so we just use ninja. Oh, wait. Oh, the vocabulary read. Oh. Sorry. This is purple, not the kanji. Or the radical... they're using Hito for this answer. That's good that they catch that, which is nice. Which Gecko already mentioned. What was Hito? Still the He-Man thing. And then this is the workaround. Right? I think this was a workaround too. Pretty sure. Three Santas? Santa son, maybe? Or just 3 is 3? The mnemonic is they count population by genes. They as in ko and ko. Ko and ko. I should be calling them that, ko and ko. in this case. I think this is pass. Just pass. Pass along. This is a pass too. Pass. And then Jinko. Genes. They count population by genes, right? Ko and Ko. Three Santas. Right, Sannin. I don't usually remember it by that way. All the counters reinforce each other most of the time. So if you know, everything is counted in a sequence. So you know, I know all the counters based on their sequence, as opposed to using separate mnemonics for the read. And then I know across counters. So whenever the rendaku, when rendakus happen, I know across the numbers, as opposed to using separate mnemonics, which I'm gonna see how that develops. Like this way. This way is remembering more things, I think, in the long run. It's someone brought this up a little bit, using like tables, a table format, visualizing series in a table format to train on until you start using the stuff so that it becomes individualized, or taking a case by case. So they're kind of doing it sort of case by case at the moment. Yeah, see, so this would be a workaround where we're doing the workaround for this. So that's it. And then our first example of a kana oni, oni addition, ippai, right? Ippai. So chikara ippai. I think the no mnemonics is just chikara. Chikara stays chikara. Which the chikara entry is going to show up soon. I guess. How does this work? Can I get away with... No, I can't. Okay. So they really, really want you to... Okay. So what was the mnemonic for this that they wanted? Just to... But the important is full or a lot. But these two words together, you have full power. Fair enough. Right. It can be powerful. Just gotta get used to whatever they use as a... Okay. Alright. What do we have? Vocabulary reading. Still... This was a pass. Right? It's a pass. When I mean pass, I mean they're basically saying it's one of those entries where if you know this, which you know this. Right? It's a pass. So they just pass the knowledge down. Q. Are you a pass? I think you're a pass too. Okay. Cheeks. Slap them cheeks. That was a slap some cheeks situation. Oh, Kisa. This was a pass. Whoops. Konnichiwa, Iris-san. Oh, konbawa. Oh, it's evening. Oh yeah, I guess we're on the same. Are we all on the same time zone? No, Gecko is like really late. I guess technically we're all in the evening, huh? I need to keep track of people's time zones there. How are you doing, Iris? How's everyone? 7. Was there any pass here? This is the OG, right? Yeah, she cheated. Oops. Sorry. The OG, she cheated. And then this is the Iriguchi, right? Oops. Entrance at Gucci store. It's 1 a.m. for you, Gecko. Okay, and it's 6 p.m. Iris. Okay. I should do a you know what would be fun in the future? For like language stuff. It would be fun to do like little hand check things every once in a while. So like every once in a while, like after I take a break, I'm like, guys, hand check. What time is it? In the target language of your choice. And then everyone would like pick a language. That'd be really fun. I'm trying to think of like ways to do like fun things to test, to get information, but also test people like what their preferences are. Have you run into any familiar words on WaniKani yet? I have. Technically yes, but they're all in the context section. So what I mean is the ones where like I kept reading all the things, but most of them are katakana, so they're ego words. Technically they're unfamiliar because Japanese, not unfamiliar because I didn't know the English. The English, the borrow word is apparent, and and obviously they're translated in the context part, but there are a few usages too. I think I bumped into 1 or 2 usages yesterday, like simple sentence usages that I'm like, oh, I didn't realize that's how you could use it that way. But in terms of like words, they stuck. WaniKani, even when Ko writes example sentences, they stuck to very readable things, except for one instance. And it was a grammar thing. It's not quite coming to me, but it's the way it was arranged was something that's not familiar to me. But other than that, no, not in terms of the vocabulary portion. Although okisa is technically a light like adjective related thing that I don't use yet, but others have. It's not unfamiliar, but it's also not formally used. Like I didn't use it as much for size, right? Ippai is something that has been used a couple times already in terms of like salty and whatnot. So in this case, it's not. Oh, and one thing that is already unfamiliar way back, like, is power, strength. I don't use chikara too much. I see, by coincidence though, Valentine has used chikara when Valentine was just talking about their fitness, like they were starting fitness. Valentine tends to write like a paragraph or something summarizing the things using the vocabulary that they have learned, and that's when I saw chikara for the first time. So no, not yet. However, Some things are familiar not because I have learned it or like practiced it, but have seen it already. You know, not yet. We'll see. We'll see. It's going to happen soonish, because the way I understand that WaniKani is going to go about it is very different from the way that I went about it for word discovery. And sure enough, there are going to be words very, very early on. Right now, though, they're using like counters for the most part, so that part, it's more like 9 words, but they're technically 1 word and numbers, right? A counter and numbers. Yeah, chikara is cool. It's probably gonna... I need to figure out how I would use chikara in a manner of speak. Let's see. This one was... Oops. Just explaining counters, I think. Could they take this? Right. And they took strength, right? And ability. Okay. And then what was one that they would take? How did they phrase it? With all one's strength? Okay. I used full power yesterday, but as hard as one can. That's awfully wordy. I use phrases like powerful instead, or forceful, kind of. これまでWaniKani wait WaniKaniが好き? How do I say? How do I say? Hold up. I think I know. Oh, what's up for this? No, I don't actually. Jibun ga yatte iru koto ga suki desu. I guess you would need something like watashi wa tsujo or something. I'm trying to think of a frequency word. Itsumo? Almost itsumo? Always? Like, not always, but close to always. I wonder how you express almost always. Almost always. Oh, you can put honto. Hotondo. Yeah, that's right. Hotondo. Watashi wa hotondo itsumo, right? And then so maybe if I combine it. So maybe like, oh no, then it's a little, you put hotondo itsumo in front of ski. So like 私は自分のやっていることはいつも好きです. Right? So I almost always like the things I do. So WaniKani is not part of the exception. Yeah. Long story short, that's a long story short. You will probably not find me say otherwise if I'm streaming it. I can probably share with you some stories that I ended up not liking the experience. Things that I don't like. I don't like when people beat themselves up for being bored. That's probably something I don't like. I typically almost always dislike when someone is in a vicious cycle blaming their boredom for their lack of interest in their life. But other than that, most of the things I choose to do I typically like. Yeah. Hopefully that is the shortest answer I can have for that one. What are we doing? Joe's toe? Okisa. What was this? It's a pass. Yes, it's a pass from Oki. Shichi? Cheated. Okay. I swear I did this already. Okay. Vocabulary. Is there anything? I don't think so. This is tuna. Oh, tuna. What was theirs? Oh, toner. Yeah, toner. Imagine being old by thinking about grabbing supplies for the printer. Jinko. Oh, what the heck was this about? I don't remember this mnemonic. Genes are artificial. Oh, that's right. Man-made, artificial. Genes don't grow on trees. My mnemonic for this is it looks like AI, and AI is artificial intelligence. If you look at it, AI. Okay. Oops. Oh, that's vocabulary reading. Right. Dori. Me. Right? Me. Yachts. Yatsu. Oh, above ground. Oh, coconuts. Coconuts. Alone. One is the loneliest number. I was gonna go with a love song, but one is the loneliest number is pretty good. Oh, you know, we could do mature. That's the other one, right? Okay. Cole. Actually, just kidding. Kuchi. This is the vocabulary, not the kanji. Kuchi. So, kuchi. What was kuchi for? The heck was kuchi? With your mouth. Oh yeah, kuchi kuchi ko. Right, the sound, the onomatopoeia. Kuchi kuchi. Okay. All right. That one, it's a bit tough. I don't think I have a mnemonic for kuchi. Kuchi is one of the foundational shapes for writing. So okay. I gotta look at the spelling a lot of times. We got 5 lessons? Where are the 5 lessons coming? Interesting. All right. How did I screw this up? Oh yeah, that's right. I wrote powerful. And so with all one strength as hard as possible. And then yeah, misread that. That's fine. Okay. 7-7, right? We're getting into the groove of the early days, numerical type. No okurigana for this. So it would usually be, this is where the onyomi argument comes in for numbers, right? Just trying to think of all the key terms. There are some key terms here. Oh, there you know, something unfamiliar. Unfamiliar words. Okurigana, rendaku. They're kind of familiar, but also unfamiliar because I don't usually use them in like describing this stuff. And then there was another one. It'll come up again. But we gotta get used to these terms. I like it. Compressing the definitions. I usually describe what's happening. Reading. Oh, so 7, 7. Yep. 7, 7.
7、
7,
7、
7,
7。
7. Okay. Most single kanji all known vocabs like this would use, yeah, this is the exception, right? Nihongo no shoshinsha. Yeah, shoshinsha ga WaniKani de donna 体験するかなするかな What kind of experience will a beginner, right? Beginner, 初心者. Beginner in Japanese have? What do you mean? What kind of experience will a beginner in Japanese have? Like, oh, wait, have you used WaniKani before? Or have you not used WaniKani before? I might have misinterpreted this. So yeah, this is the onyomi exception for the numbers. I meant that I wonder what the experience was like. Yeah, for WaniKani, what oh, like you're asking, oh, okay, like what my experience is like? Hence the kana, but maybe it's used. Yeah, I wasn't sure whose experience you're talking about. Yeah, I'm not sure whose experience you're talking about. Like, are you asking my experience, or you're asking nonchalantly the general experience of someone, or that you're asking what kind of experience you would have if you used WaniKani? So it wasn't very it was a little bit difficult for me to ask what the question. You're asking about beginner experience in general. Like, what is it like? Well, I wouldn't know. Yeah, I wouldn't know. That's why contextually it was confusing to me. I'm not a beginner using WaniKani, so I can't really tell what the experience is like. I think from other people's perspective, like in general, they really enjoy WaniKani. Although it is a good question to ask what percentage or makeup of WaniKani users are beginner. Like from zero. Like doing from zero stuff. I'm curious actually. I'm not sure Blair. Maybe Blair might have something to say about that. Blair might have started from zero. Yeah, for myself personally, I don't have a real excellent gauge because a lot of this stuff is like, oh, well, I could choose to remember using the mnemonics that they have, or I could write the correct answer. So that was one of the disclaimers, right, when we were going to WaniKani. Actually, here, you started learning Japanese with WaniKani, and you certainly liked it. Well, there you go. Gecko has a comment. Yeah. I should really ask. Yeah, from now on, I could ask people. I could poll people on like, what did they start with? Actually, during Duolingo, a lot of people did say they started with WaniKani and then moved to Anki because of flexibility and whatnot and pace. But they also had WaniKani on the side if they weren't already using Anki, next to like whatever their favorite form of comprehensible input is. So most of the time though, people like the early days of WaniKani. In fact, that's kind of true for Duolingo as well. Like these WaniKani is a little bit more special in the sense that a good beginner experience for a product like WaniKani is exceptional in my opinion. Which language do I speak well? English. Ngoi ebe gong hujiwa. Gacho ngoi I sai hujiwa mo ngoi mami goi baba mo gong ingung me. Ingung ya chia yala. Other than that, I don't mind speaking. Mandarin. But when you're talking about well is a subjective word. So, 中文拼音太差了 like 不好 maybe one day I will be a little bit more confident using speaking Mandarin, perhaps, but not really. I had pretty much little knowledge of kanji or Chinese character beforehand. Even the concept were kind of blurry. I should add that you also learn the kana characters first, though. You pretty much follow Tofugu's Learn Japanese guide. That was the guide that I referred to a lot when it came to if someone wanted to just strap down and punch through their kana. I actually, you can see how I learned kana. Literally, I actually recorded all the kana stuff in the early days of Duolingo. I did it entirely by following the progressive map that Duolingo did. So in Duolingo's kana section, they did this grouping thing. So every 5 loop back, every 5 loop back. So it becomes like 5, then 10. It's kind of like WaniKani's thing where you have your lesson introduction, it bootstraps through it, and then it only there's no timing, so you can go through the whole thing if you wanted, but it's very long because you have to do every set of reviews looping back over and over again, up all the way up to when they started doing combo, and then I stopped after combo. Most of the combo then came from reading words, and by combo I mean things like kyo, ryo, ryu, that kind of thing. It got very taxing because seeing ryo, ryu being lumped in very very isolated ways got really tough to juggle with the lessons. So that's kind of where my kana came from. And also, you know, you spend like 150 plus days reading hiragana and katakana only, so there's no shortage of kana practice along the way while you're reading. Okay, yeah. Chari, ne? What languages do you speak? It looks like you have a One Piece avatar. Yeah. Welcome. So let's see. So numbers both. Okay, for 4 and 7. That being said, 4 and 7 are exceptions to the rule because onyomi readings sound too much like the word for death. Oh yeah, that's fair. Yes. Yep. 4 and 7. Yeah, you should learn both readings for the words, though we're going to go with Nana. This is also a lot of people learn the significance of 4, especially 4 when it comes to as far as I remember, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure was one of the very early exposures now to why 4 and 7 actually, like the tone 1 thing next to about death. On Tofugu, the order they prescribe is pretty much learn hiragana, start learning kanji, introduction, learn katakana, then focus on kanji and add grammar source. Ah. Yeah, I kind of just did all of that at once. So we did it from a case-by-case basis, largely because Duolingo only focuses on exposure. So the exposure then incentivizes discovery. So if I had to order my thing, it was... Oh, I talked about this actually. I actually described it in a video comment as well. I was gonna... check this for a second. So I respond to this video comment. Someone was telling me that there's a the right order of learning Japanese, or someone made a video comment. They were asking for any, you know, stranger generalized advice, and then someone else chimed in the early days about saying this is the order you must do things in order to learn Japanese correctly. And then I offered how I got to wherever I was in that video, And mine was I use association techniques. So what happens is I take as many prototypic things as I can and use that as a basis of reference. So kind of like your child blank slate kind of approach, because that's what Duolingo typically does. So you take whatever your exposure is and you deconstruct the early exposure into its components, or as far as you can go, and then you use those components to create associations, which most people would probably say mnemonics. So like, for example, if they first introduce sushi in this way and then write it in su, right? Su and then shi, you can decompose it into what you know about su and what you know about shi until you substitute with kanji, for example, and this would be your prototypic reference for su and shi. So anytime another su or shi comes up, you think of sushi, right? And then back and forth. And then, right, they're using exposure in the form of a sentence. So decompose the sentences into its components as much as possible, and then investigate, right? And once you investigate, which I used Tofugu. I used Tofugu as my grammar source. No textbook, just Tofugu. And then Tofugu will give me the context and association for grammar, right? Different types of contexts. And that's where I went from there. So I did all of them as I was going, because Duolingo does not tell you when to stop. However, it groups exposure. It groups exposure very iconically, regularly. So some people actually do skip all the review in Duolingo. Duolingo, the first lesson set is the exposure lesson set. So then I structured my thing around exposure, review, exposure, review, while doing all of the above. So not necessarily like in series where you develop a competence for something. It's you break up all the puzzle pieces as you go, which is very similar to WaniKani. WaniKani with a different aspect of Japanese. And that's largely why I haven't introduced anything other than the things Duo does differently. So most of the techniques that I have that was after the consequence of Duo, I'm doing on top of WaniKani, because WaniKani's approach typically is an approach that I would use myself. That's pretty much how that goes. As far as I I did both Genki 1 and 2. I don't think it would be that exciting to stream though. Any published material is subjected to copyright. Whether you're reading it or anything, unless they have a very specific, this is not legal advice, something you might want to consider. Anything that's distributed on a published medium is the IP, the publication rights are not held by the IP rights. So sometimes the people who are making it might be like, okay, you can use it, but the publishing rights has a different aspect to it. And then also Boom Pro does not have a Creative Commons clause. So I mentioned that during my HanziHero thing when I was talking about WaniKani and HanziHero's the appreciation for them stating the Creative Commons 0 universal license, where you can do and iterate on their, or remix or do whatever with their current content without the necessary need for explicit permission or fear of copyright infringement. Now that is not a law, it's a proposal. And then for all the other ones who are far more proprietary, BoomPro being one, and then for Chinese, Pleco would be an example. Those I would probably not stream unless you have explicit permission, largely due to commercial use. Any commercial use is when you're using a platform that is commercially available and have commercial things. So streaming would be considered one of them. Something to consider. This is not legal advice. However, it's something that I considered and read about for roughly like 3 or 4 months to make myself feel, okay, I can be held accountable. If WaniKani, like the people at Tofugu, says, please take down your content that involves our product, I would take it down. I had no objections. So is HanziHero. So I'm only streaming these things knowing that it's unlikely to happen, but at the same time, if they do, I would take down all the contents. And I would also demonetize everything if that is a concern. So that's one of the things you might want to consider if you're doing a stream. I have no reservations if Tofugu comes to me, like, Koichi comes to me and say, can you not take these down because it's like affecting their business model or something. And we've recently have changed the Creative Commons 0 university clause. We updated our TOS, I'm sorry, and I would take it down. That's probably something way down the line that could impact someone's like content creation health. So that's the things that I've negotiated myself. To learn Genki myself, I actually watch Tokini Andy's stream VODs. I really like his content, but it's in a teaching style, unlike here where we learn alongside. Yeah, I don't mind teaching style. I also watch a bunch of teaching style ones too. Sometimes after a certain amount of period, I kind of mixed it up. It's kind of nice to have a blend, right? Teaching style ones can be a little bit, it's a different feel, so you can definitely mix it up with a mix of the two. I am not going to do any teaching style things. I think I'm already pedantic enough when it comes to talking about mental health and stuff. That's borderline. It's very borderline instructional material sometimes. In this case, I make mistakes. Join me in making mistakes together. Know that if I make a mistake and you don't make the mistake, that's a win, right? It's a competence in your abilities, right? If you see me make a mistake and I make an argument that's clearly reflective of something that you have once encountered yourself, that's great to be aware of. So this is a demonstration, right? I'm demoing my studying habits and whatnot, and you are either learning or witnessing it happen as opposed to instructing. I think lots of people do get those two generalized together, where when you're learning something, it can be someone expecting instruction versus you're learning something and they just want to show you how they overcome or like how they self-study. So it's kind of like a sharing and bonding experience, more or less, like sharing what your experience is like, and then we're comparing and contrasting our experiences. My goal of doing all of this is that I want people to be interested in their own experiences and then how they can express it and compare it with other people's experiences. This is the heart of an element of learning that has been lost, largely due to the hyper saturation of instructional material, right? For every one content creator and or streamer that's there to instruct and give advice to someone, there or for every like hundreds of them, I would say there may be one or two that want to share a complicit, like a mutual exchange of experiences, largely because the format can't support that. If you have 1,000 people watching you, being able to do that with 1,000 people simultaneously is impractical. So in the way it is now, the reason why it's basically Blair every once in a while and you guys is largely because this format is not scalable. It is non-scalable. So the ideal case is you hope, at least in my position, I hope that the one person gets something out of it, and that one person becomes a beacon to want to demonstrate their learning process to other people. And then each person would fan out from that, right? The idea of creating learning experiences is to encourage other people to share learning experiences. And then with enough of that, it's not pragmatic from a business standpoint. However, from a whole standpoint, then you will have a bunch of people who can follow or find someone who they can resonate with and share alongside that learning experience, largely because they're of like mind and like experiences. Rarely do people ever demonstrate themselves in a position in which they're not competent, right? Except for video games. Maybe video games tend to be like that, although I would say that's not the entertaining thing. You're not for every video gamer who is exceptional at what they do, there is less than, for every 10 of them, there's like one person who is incompetent and prefer to learn and demonstrate and showcase how they're learning something new, right? Instructional material is the predominant thing. Being an expert in something, being extraordinary, is the most sensational and most entertaining piece of both live stream and post-edited content. Because that's what the internet was built upon, One of the psychological benefits of using the internet is to find instructional material, right? To find information. And I think we're at a precipice. I like to use that word sometime without struggling to pronounce it. At the beginning stages of when the internet becomes more than instructional material. For better or for worse, obviously the brain rot situation is non-instructional material being very entertaining, right? At no point does Kokini Andrew show the content of the book to be fair. Okay, it is recommended to have your own copy to follow his lessons. Yes, that's a way to get around it. I would say that is a transformative process. So he's creating, right? In my opinion, I don't know anything about Andy, but I like to imagine this person is interpreting and demonstrating their understanding of the books in that way, right? As opposed to what one would see as a learning experience. You might be using the book as the reference as they're learning. So for me, that format would fail. Like, I would get into trouble because I'm actually demonstrating my interaction with the content. And Andy sounds like someone who is demonstrating the already like the interpretation and the instruction from that content. So they have already transformed it into something. And teaching for educational purpose, the clause for educational purpose, at least in the United States, often that's what they're referring to. So they're like, hey, can I use the content that's in your book, but I'm teaching the content. So oftentimes when you have like Boon Pro and stuff, there are special places where you can see like clauses and programs and agreements where, if you're using this for an educational purpose, they're open to that. In terms of WaniKani, WaniKani and HanziHero, for example, the Creative Commons Zero universal clause is so that they don't get swarmed with permission asking like, oh, can I use your content? Can I do this? Can I use this? Can I show that? And they're pledging that you can show whatever, provide like with no attribution whatsoever. Like a zero clause, a zero proposal is you don't even have to mention it. Obviously, with the expectation that this pledge is a donation to the public domain. And for me, those who see this, of course I'm going to give them credit because I didn't do this work. And that's kind of like the opposite side of things. There are other versions, like, for example, the music I'm listening to here, the background music, that's from a Kevin MacLeod. MacLeod, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, and this person is attributed in every YouTube video and in the Twitch section, right? And that's a Creative Commons 4, as in they're okay with you using it whatever purpose, commercially, non-commercially, however, attribution. So make mention of their thing, their name and what the tracks are, that kind of thing, for music. Yeah, so that stuff could get a little hairy at the end. I don't know how much language learning, in the long run you could say, well, it hasn't happened, right? These things don't happen very often. That's fair. It is definitely your decision to make. And for me, Boom Pro was a very popular choice, and without contacting them directly and entering a dialogue with them, I don't see any way for me to have clear indication that I won't be pursued by copyright infringement if I were to display any of their information. There are people who do reviews, but they show like a few screenshots and maybe like a 5-second reel of them using the thing, and then the rest is them reviewing the product, right? Yeah, it's a tough world, you gotta keep these things in mind when you're streaming. If you were to turn your streaming content professional at some point, all of these things will become an increasing more weight issue in the long run. To keep motivation up, it's good to see other people climbing the metaphorical mountain alongside you instead of only listening to people at the top trying to teach you how to join them. Yeah. And it's a mix, right? Like the goal-oriented versus the process-oriented. I see these people and they're incredibly admirable. However, I also see all the people along the path to them. And it keeps one knowing that time is not like faithfully represented by looking at a specific position in time of a person's career. So yeah, I really enjoy, honestly, I've been watching this same guy who like used to use Amigo, or however you pronounce it, Amigo. I think that's how you spell that app. It's closed down now due to high maintenance costs, allegedly. What you call it? This was the guy who speaks Indonesian, Russian, Mandarin, and those are the 3 primary ones that they use. And they would like join and then talk a little bit, and then they would do like the whole pretend thing, the subversion thing. I kind of like that content for a little bit, and then I stopped watching that content a little bit, and then it comes up in my algorithm every once in a while. And that's kind of a way to a different way to use competence for entertainment purposes as opposed to like for instructional purposes. So that could be an alternative way of engaging with language in that way. Yeah, teaching is interesting. For me, my thoughts on teaching is incredibly biased, and also incredibly responsibility heavy. So, if I choose to do instructional material, I would have to do something very different, very, very different. And instructional material is bound by accreditation for me personally. So I would need to be certified in all the things that I teach. I don't want, like, when it comes to teaching, it requires certification and professional license. So my standards are different. I'm not gonna say they're better or worse. My standards are different. And the online world, internet experts are different from certified experts. Not that they're worse or bad or good. It's difficult to know without a form of standardization. So you pick your poison, sort of speak, or you pick your messiah or your prophet, if you will, sort of like at the other opposite end, on your own choice, your own liability. Teaching is also a skill of its own. It is. That's why it requires certification and standardization. I feel like not all so-called experts would make good teachers regardless of the domain. I would say, when you say not all, I would say the vast majority of people online do not go through any form of formal standardized training for teaching. They are commentators who share experiences in a structured manner, and that is very useful. It's a different type of way to gain instructions. This type does not have any vetting process. So my background when it comes to education and stuff creates a bias. It's a psychological bias, and maybe an emotional one, that when the dissemination of information requires adequate enough and sufficient baseline vetting process. So if someone says, I played piano for 20 years, here is my expert advice. There's no vetting for being a piano teacher. Like, that's why the internet is built on internet experts. And I'm not saying that lightly as in like a derogatory term or anything. I actually think they're experts. You can find experts as in very experienced people online, and that became the standard for expertise online for the vast majority of people. Now, there are actual vetted individuals who also have come to become very influential in the content creator space. However, you're gonna find that they use different identifiers for their content, right? The way they speak, the way they claim things, the way they investigate things is often come from the idea that they either say they're vetted for credibility or they're not. And then how they commentate on something, they distinguish between, I am commentating on something that I am not an expert in, however, it is relevant to my discipline. That is a very form of speech that is very identifiable to someone who has gone through vetting process. What is a vetting process? It could be a degree, like some form of published professional work. Sometimes you could use like for example, creative writing. If you're a published author, that can qualify because creative writing involves publishing through some sort of selection, right? Publishing requires some sort of selection. When you go on and say that here's my business, I ran this business for 20 years, here's the accreditation that my business have, that is a strong pre-selection process or a vetting process. When someone says, I've studied Japanese for 15 years, therefore now I'm an expert in Japanese and I can teach Japanese. Well, you might be a very competent Japanese speaker, but you are not certified or vetted in teaching it. Now, that doesn't mean they can't be good teachers, right? It's a difference between being vetted and demonstrating certification versus sharing your expertise. On the one hand, one is willing to commit the time to be vetted. That shows a commitment to honoring a standardization of teaching, not your competence. Excellent teachers, for example, in kindergarten, aren't necessarily competent or well practiced in college level curriculum, for example. So the idea of certification is not an end all be all, but it's an indicator of commitment to one's discipline. And without a mix of those two things, often I take internet instructional material as commentary or things that I can use myself, with the expectation that I would require converging evidence and critical thinking in order to come to the usefulness of someone's instructional material. This is very different when that person have dedicated and showed a commitment to standardizing and reaching a baseline of standards. What's funny is I find most of these vetted people will paradoxically usually use much more caution and be more moderate in their words and be modest about their own so-called mastery in their domain. Yes. The imposter syndrome. What is the... Gecko, you were the one that mentioned Arcane, right? Season 2? You reminded me that I didn't watch Season 2. So in the last 2 days, I finished watching Season 2. I wanted to quote, I hope it's you. I think it was you, right? Someone mentioned Arcane 2, Season 2. So I want to quote Victor in this. There's a paradox about knowledge. The more competent you become, the more likely that you'll start to question your own knowledge. It's a paradox of the human condition, one of the greatest human conditions. The more knowledge you gain, the more you question your knowledge. So oftentimes there is, at the beginning, it might, incompetence might seem like it overlaps with the later stages of mastery. However, the way it's presented is very different, like the medium in which they present it. And mastery tends to be inverse with how confident they are, because with new knowledge comes new questions. And in fact, often it comes with more questions. And with knowledge, one become more and more aware of their ignorance. The Victor line was very, very elegant. It was very wide, encompassing. I don't remember the exact words. However, I'm paraphrasing, right? With more knowledge, one becomes ever, astronomically more aware of their own ignorance, right? Because more knowledge brings new questions. Your perspective and your breadth of acuity expands, and with that, there's so much more to know. And that's that's kind of one of the defining features between finding someone, and this is not the value system where a former professional or an existing professional at the height of their mastery or some level of mastery, they are far more presented in a cautionary way due to accountability of their ignorance versus someone who believes they are incredibly competent and continues to exude that they are all-knowing without understanding the vastness of their ignorance. Because in a human condition, a singular human being can't possibly contain aspects of a knowledge in its entirety when they are instructing other people, right? You can't possibly be so clairvoyant that you would stake your own credibility, of which you spent your entire commitment of your life to making egregious hyperbolic, in my opinion, egregious hyperbolic claims of all knowing in a discipline, largely due to the nature that the more stakes are involved, as in, if your credibility was easy to come by, human condition would dictate that easy come, easy go a lot of times. When someone is truly going through the vetting process and staking all these things, one becomes very cognizant and aware of their own ignorance, as well as the weight and stakes of their credibility. So with great power and knowledge also comes with great responsibility and potential abuse of that, credibility. So one thing that I would constantly be concerned about when it comes to privilege, knowledge, and competence is the idea that if you are the competent one, how much responsibility do you have or feel that you have when providing instruction to another person? I am incredibly fearful. Every time I think someone has considered me someone who is far more competent, I start to downplay it, largely because a lot of it comes from the fear of the responsibility as well. Like, there are so many things I don't know. Now, can you actually convince someone else who know less that you know very little too? Like, the feeling is often mutual in that state. It's kind of a coincidence, maybe like a poetic coincidence, where when someone starts out, they feel like, I don't know where to start, there's so much to learn. And the irony here is that when someone becomes an expert in a mastery, it feels the same way. It's the middle part where you start feeling competent, and then you start discovering what you don't know, that eventually hit the valley of despair, right? And then the feeling comes back. The idea of being an ever person who's seeking mastery and learning is that they are constantly in a state of, I could do better, I could learn more, kind of thing. If you stop that, then who is to say where your mastery stopped? Your quote unquote, your expectation of your mastery stops. Knowledge is a paradox. The more one understands, the more one realizes the vastness of their ignorance. Yes, that is the Victor quote. And what do you think of Arcane Season 2 as a whole? I really enjoyed it. I absolutely love a combination of the writing, whoever is writing the stuff, and the artwork. The studio is a powerhouse. Man, they flex so many different mediums. They even undercranked deliberately, do like picture book, undercranked. They were really playful. The first season was fantastic when they were playful. The writing is exceptional too. It has a very how should I say, a very Chinese mill approach to it. And let's keep in mind, don't forget that Riot Games is a property of Tencent, and Tencent is based in China, and you can already tell where their integration is, because in the season 2 they actually showcased a Chinese song. By the way, I thought that was very wonderful. The moment I heard it, I was like, oh wow, this Chinese song is very good. It kind of captures a Western feel in the way the Chinese song was played, and then they incorporated a French song later in another scene, right? I'm not going to talk about the scenes because for anyone who's interested in Arcane Season 2, there is a Chinese song and a French song in it, which represents the two collaborative natures, the French animation studio and Tencent's property, which is Chinese. So you find it pretty inspiring to see all the work of so many artists writing direct. Yeah, I know. It's a powerhouse. I think that it's a very industrialized way of doing it, but that coordination, that single vision, that's something that, this is going to be a stereotype, so take it with a grain of salt. It's on a scale that's often bigger than the individualized scale. So it gives me that feeling. The show gives me that feeling of the collective, communal aspect of Asian productions, Asian motivated productions. While you have the superstars of Western side, they are often incredibly individualized. So the groups tend to be like their dominant writer. Like they often try to get the coherence by balancing the size of the group. Because if you have too many individualistic writing and stuff, it might not necessarily become coherent. So I really love the writing, and then how the vision and how they're negotiating all of these things together. I love when they break their stylistic animation, and then how their writing feels like, to me, when you're thinking about all the writing and all the plots and whatnot, you're thinking of it more like separate writers who speak to each other, as opposed to a show that clearly has like two showrunners, right? Like the director side of things and the writing side of things. It creates coherence and whatnot, but it also creates limitations, right? It's a balance. It can create unfocus on the other hand when you have too many, but it's so elegantly placed together. So kudos to the director and the producers who are keeping it knitted together with such a large group. It's such an eclectic show. Easily a recommendation, obviously, for myself. For myself. I don't have much knowledge of Asian media other than anime, but I do find it amazing to see such a big budget, how it managed to keep it artistic soul and root. Yeah. Have you ever seen the opening ceremony to the Beijing Games? That's kind of how I anticipate. Or here, better yet, have you seen Japanese people do engineering projects? Like, for example, how Japanese people renovate one of their train stops. It's a gigantic, monumental, high organized human management. Like, we're not talking about like they have exceptional engineers or something like that. We're talking about the coordination, the amazing coordination of it. And that comes with like it definitely does come with like a cultural norm. Not saying it's the only factor, but there is an essence communicated through that type of scale. And the people making Arcane are no exception. Some of my favorite projects, like animation projects and whatnot, come from that philosophy, only they're kind of more segregated. So for example, Love, Death, and Robots, right? Love, Death, and Robots is a great example. It's an anthology, and that idea of anthology is multiple separate groups collaboratively have a hierarching theme. However, you can see the showcase of multiple separate smaller groups, right? Now imagine one of those times. I don't know if you follow video games or like movies. Sometimes you get this idea like, oh wait, what if we took the genius of like Martin Scorsese, but we blended with the old Stanley Kubrick stuff, and then have Alfred Hitchcock do the staging. And on a Western side, you would probably have this cautionary tale on the back, like, well, that's a lot of like big guys together. They might end up detracting from each other, right? Because of the specialty, the specialization. Meanwhile, when I think of large projects in the East, again, this is a generalization, take it with a grain of salt, I think of massive productions of large groups of people who are generalists, and they are more communal focused. So you would have exceptionally long, like large groups. You can see this in video games quite a bit too, where when you have a large production from like I don't know, Bethesda soft or something, and you see the credits like, oh yeah, that's really long, that's really long. But then you'd be sitting there for like 30 minutes through the credits of like the Eastern production, because it's manageable somehow. And I think there is a dissonance between not necessarily like a bad or good thing, because they make it work, but the idea, the scale of communal versus individualistic cultures do impact the idea flowing into a single creative project. You get that tight writing, but also it can be limited in scope. And then you get the Eastern, like, or a more communal collaborative group, and then you get a more expansive, varied experience. And then it takes, right, a collaborative effort to keep it coherent, right? There are examples where that completely fall apart, where like, unfortunately, the examples I have are Western examples, where you have like 4 really, really influential people working together, and the product that they produced was 4 unfocused directions that never came together. And then that product gets canceled right in the beginning, and not because other people hate it, but it was disinteresting because it was completely unfocused. I think the greatest example of trying to partition this a little bit are doing shows like anthology series, where you have each of the individual groups present a product and their take on an overall theme. And that's become quite popular now. In fact, it didn't work out very well for Amazon, but they did this for video games. It's an anthology series called Secret Level. So they had a bunch of people submit their stuff, maybe they vetted it somehow, and they made small animation clips or small animation videos of video games. So like Mega Man, 40K, and stuff. And it didn't quite work out because the quality varied dramatically, as one would expect, right? When you have individual groups operating individually, the show would have their lows can be as low as the lowest group and high as the highest group. And overall, it was kind of mid, right? You kind of expect mid from that type of thing. That's kind of how I feel in short term about Arcane. But thank you for reminding me. I was going to bring this up eventually, because I recall it was you that talked about Arcane Season 2. So I did watch Arcane Season 2. And I watched it in the last 2 days. 9 episodes. Yeah, it was a fantastic Season 2, in my opinion. No, not really. You've heard Japanese or Chinese rebuilding destroyed roads in 24 hours, whereas here it usually take 24 months to get. Yeah, that's kind of how. And obviously, it works somehow, right? There was one that was I forgot which station it was. It took a group of like 1,200 to 1,300 people. And it took them 3 hours to renovate one of the busiest train stops in Japan. I don't remember which train stop it was, but it's probably along the line. It's probably along the Tokyo, like, main lines, one of the Tokyo main lines in and out of Tokyo. So they basically closed it down for 3 hours in the dead of night, right in the morning, and did it in approximately 3 to 4 hours right before the morning commute. It was optional, like it was converted, almost nearly completely converted, tested before the day started. That's kind of one of those things, like, yeah, you kind of come to stereotypically expecting this type of imagery, oftentimes when it comes to like the contrast between West and East. Obviously, those are extreme examples, but there is a cultural underlying that underpins this type of thing. It's pretty cool. I think Arcane is a brilliant example of like how eclectic it can be. Video games, I like video games like that quite a bit. So maybe we'll get some more collaborative efforts in the future, you know? Is there another something like Arcane that I can think of? One I would say would be something like Blue-Eyed Samurai. I think that was my 2022. Is either 2022 or 2023. Blue-Eyed Samurai. That's a Japanese. I'm gonna say Japanese American plus something else. It's a couple. It's a multicultural couple that wrote that piece, and it was about the myth or the legends or the factual accountings of a foreign samurai in feudal Japan in the times of the shogunate and whatnot. And the writers was a multicultural writer, so like they're a two-person couple team, and you can definitely see the balance or the marry of the two types of culture in the storytelling and the animation approach. You were going to mention Blue-Eyed Samurai? Yeah, that's what popped in my mind when you mentioned what could be similar to Arcane. Yeah, still very much its own thing, but interesting that we both drew a parallel. Yep, exactly. That's what happens when you that's kind of, I don't think it's a coincidence, obviously. That's what happens when you have a more awareness in focusing on the type of medium, how you interact with it, and how people interact with it. That's kind of how I make recommendations, obviously. Whenever it says like, do you have any advice? Do you have recommendations? I gotta know the person. And it would be like a rapid fire of 10 questions at least. And this is coming from practice. Obviously, I'm not going to say I'm going to provide any professional advice, right? You got to be careful. I don't want to, I tell some people it's like, oh, you're just being modest. Like, no, I'm scared. Like that's the thing about accountability. When I published something, right, for education, for science, when I published something, it took a very long time to feel comfortable with the idea, like, what if I forgot something? Or what if, like, the last thing I want to do is publish something that I oversaw something. So that type of fear comes with an equal force and power to do due diligence. I know sometimes fear is often viewed as a negative stimuli, but yeah, there's probably a healthy balance to be found there. Indeed, it does. Yep. There's also a very proactive way of achieving going against an unequivocal force. However, with that said, I'm no stranger to the imposter syndrome, and I wouldn't be surprised if some people call me out on it or something like that. But that is how it keeps me humble, right? That's a very irrational way of looking at it. However, I think keeping oneself humble is more likely to create a consistent level of quality in one's aptitude than the other way around. It might sound like a double standard here, probably is because I kind of favor it, but generally speaking, constantly seeking knowledge is how I hold my imposter syndrome at bay. So there was a time, I kid you not, a student asked me something, and they asked me it more than 4 times, and then I realized, I start to question whether I've gotten if it's me, right? If something occurs more than once, it's likely to create more doubt. largely due to the nature that you might be not communicating it, or that problem is something that you're responsible for example. So it can be a little self-defeating from an outside perspective, like, oh, you spent all these years, don't discount your experience and whatnot. It's like, I understand. At the same time, if I don't scrutinize myself and do my due diligence over and over again, ironically, I wouldn't be in the, paradoxically, I wouldn't be in the place I am when it comes to aptitude. Also, one other thing is that there's also tact for revealing privileged information and the idea of unsolicited advice. The tendency, the breakdown in unsolicited advice is, while you may find extraordinary cases, the urge for unsolicited advice largely gravitates towards not sharing than sharing when not prompt, when it comes to professionalism and not professionalism. So like expertise and versus experience. One could be very experienced but also emotionally attached to their ideas, so they can be very emotional and be willing to provide unsolicited advice, right? However, I think from a professional standpoint, the likely tendency is you withhold information unless approached for it, because one has to understand that the person asking has to initially be amenable to advice or recommendation prior to sharing any privileged information that you may have, right? Because most things require that the other person is in confidence. You have that person's confidence first. I think there's a lot to be said about a confidence man, as in a con man, attitude towards sharing their expertise and profiteering versus someone who understands that with great knowledge, you must also find that the person asking the knowledge is of sound mind and amenability, right? You, providing unsolicited advice here and there could constitute as gaslighting in the long run. Like, for example, if you're really, really motivated to help someone and that person is not amenable to your help, vigorously seeking truth, right? Like, be it you go to Reddit and say, look, this person is talking out of their butt, prove me wrong or prove me right. That type of strong, urging, unsolicited advice can transform easily into gaslighting. So that's probably one of my biggest concerns. Like, if you didn't ask me for advice and I keep saying the same thing over and over again by scrutinizing whatever a particular pattern or behavior that you have day in and day out, that constitutes as unsolicited advice that's borderline gaslighting. And sure enough, I have met this one person before, or like occasional people, but there was one who aggressively did it even after the fact, and they actually wrote an entire like monologue accusing me of not understanding what gaslighting is. And I have that email, but I also replied to that comment visibly because they didn't want to do it publicly, and since then they deleted that message immediately. Although that also means that my comment that I've written about it, unsolicited advice turning into gaslighting, there are heavy warning signs about that. When someone has righteous indignation, like they think they're in the right kind of thing, fueled by actual knowledge, which is great, or whatnot, and then accusing someone of something else, it can end up becoming gaslighting, right? Like, oh, I'm right, guys? If I say this enough times, am I really right? That kind of thing. I still have the messages, but since then, I don't think, I like to hope that that person does their best and find the community. Streaming has brought in a lot of interesting experiences I had over the time. Sometimes I envy people who seem not to be really sometimes you envy people who seem not to really be having these considerations in their day-to-day life and are all raw and spontaneous, but then I focus on the positives of having these thoughts too. Me too. Here's my little short story about when I was in a professional mindset. It was very, very difficult for me to enjoy the we're going to call the ignorant bliss of a simpler life, right? However, it pales in comparison to the solace and the catharsis that comes from going from the city, from my place of work, and just changing environments and visiting my parents, who I'm residing in the very house that I spend most of my life with my parents in. When I come home, I'm like, look at how like that's the envy part, right? I think like you go to the shopping center, you buy things to make great food and enjoy the food from the day to day, as opposed to here's a contrast. This is a bit of an extreme case, but you go to the shopping center and then you hear like 6 or 7 people complaining about the price of the food, the privileges that they no longer have, and then the cost and environmental damage that's being done by the current methods of the food that's being produced at the grocery store. Right? That is kind of like a extreme contrast, but at the same time, being able to appreciate both of those kind of create a lovely balance, right? Sometimes I try not to educate my mania of everything I do. So for the time being, I do feel the stuff that I just described, like the nightmare situation where you're considering all the factors that's beyond your control, but at the same time it creates a darker cynicism and constant like apprehension in what your decision making is. That goes a long way to understanding one of the most difficult problems facing, or most difficult barriers facing learning a new language. I know gotta bring it back to language learning, right? When someone talks about when they're inundated by the vast internet of instructional materials on how to correctly learn the Japanese language, where do you start? Oftentimes when someone offers me advice, I think about the person. I ask the person, what is your, what is your experience? Has anything worked yet? Because you have to contrast it with what I think most people do already. Hear me out. I'm gambling, obviously. This is based on deductive reasoning and pattern recognition, right? Idiosyncrasies of the internet. So when someone asks, do you have any advice on how to start Japanese? When I read that, the propensity is greater than 80% of the time, this person is asking not out of spontaneity. They're asking because they have a lot of information already. So my contribution to counteracting or rebuttaling that or balancing that out is I ask them, so what have you done before? Like, what was the last skill you worked on? Do you understand anything in how you did you take part in how you developed that skill? Like, do you understand the active things that you have been doing in that skill? Start there. Because I don't have to tell, in my opinion, the odds are I don't have to tell them what you can find on the internet. What you can find on the internet is probably one of the reasons why someone's asking for that advice already, because they think of, okay, I'm going to start learning Japanese. first thing by default, if you understand human behaviorism now, is they go online, they go Google, and they realize that there are hundreds of different hot takes on how to learn Japanese. And then somehow you have to distill all those hot takes into some generalization. You might get like 4 or 5 primary generalization. And then the other counterbalance is to ask someone who is doing that currently. But that's only one of many examples. So oftentimes the way I go about it is I don't underestimate this person on knowing all the information, because I'm not going to be pedantic and reiterate what everyone else says in terms of instructional material. I ask, have you thought about what works for you yet? Yeah, that's pretty much what I would end there. You can certainly relate to it well. Thanks for the great conversation again. I fear it's my bedtime. Good night. Good night, Gecko. It's always been a pleasure. Love the questions and opportunity to discuss deeper topics. Yeah, I hope I get to Duolingo today. I will. I'll try. Thanks a lot, Gecko. Good luck, good luck. Good luck with your day. All right. Yes, 7 and 7. All right, let's see if we can get. じゃあね、おやすみなさい、Gecko-san. Let's see. So we have. Wait. Is this Nananin? This is probably Nananin. Okay, we got the stuff from yesterday. So I'm gonna skip the ego reading from yesterday. So we got that. Keto. Yeah, keto. Lucky. Oh no, is it in ego? Is it in katakana? Let's see. Koichi. Koichi no lucky. Oh, there's lucky. Lucky. Wait. Where's number? Oh my gosh. Lucky number. Oh my gosh. Number. Nana desu. このパスタは、たったの、I guess that's Nana? Will we go with Nana forステップで、できますよ。ステップ。Oh boy. Instead of like using something like kaidan in the staircase or steps in staircase. I actually don't know what the counter for steps. What counter you would use for steps. And then, oh, there, Zhao. 晚上好，晚上好。我今天有一个问题。Oh, what type of question do you have? 7 carats. Oh, is it like keroto? Karato. Ne? Karato. Yeah, karato no. Diamondo. Oh, yeah, that's something Duolingo have in common. Diamondo. Diamondo kudasai. Imagine ordering a 7-carat diamond. Can I convert between imperial and metric units effortlessly? No, not effortlessly. I do know standardizations though. Standardizations between imperial and metrics. So for example, I don't do the conversion. I know them individually. Kind of like knowing kana separately from kanji. So for example, like I don't know. 70 is a reasonable temperature. That would be around 25. And then I won't say the units so that you can gather the imperial and the metric there. Which one's imperial and which one's metric. So like for example, 98.3 is about 37.5 because room temp, like body temp and incubator things. So because of science, you have those conversions, but they're more like standardizations, like atmospheric pressure, like boiling temp, right? Freezing point, things like that. So I don't convert them, but I use them as standards to gauge the relative amount. So yeah, I can't tell you like 36.6 centimeters is however many inches. I don't even know the conversion factor anymore. Is it 12 centimeters to an inch? I have no idea. Oh, that's foot, right? That's 12 inches in a foot. You're still struggling imperial units, have no concept of that at all. That's perfectly understandable. You know, I forgot that is a big deal. Yeah, in when you're coming from China to the United States. Yeah, imperial units is. There are some convenient ones, and I keep convenient ones. But I usually, most of the time, I think in imperial units. I mean, not imperial units, in scientific units, right? Because of science. So oftentimes I say 25 most of the time. 25, 0, right? 100. Those are excellent things. Then you have to normalize that to other people's expectations. And you're like, 0. What the heck is 0? It's 32, right? 0 is 32. And then I don't actually know quite what 100 is. 100 is probably like 270 something. 273 degrees Fahrenheit. So you kind of get it's kind of like the language learning expectation. I think imperial units go along the lines of how one would learn English or encourage one to learn English. It's a case by case. So you are going to leave it up to your intuition to pick up how frequently the associations are. Yeah, and that's I actually use metric units far more than I use imperial units. However, I still hold conversations with other people because that's as far as my imperial unit goes. Like I can when you're having a conversation with someone, not science, right? Science I would use imperial units. I mean, I keep saying imperial metric units most of the time. However, when I'm having a conversation, most of the time you're thinking relative. So when someone says, oh yeah, that's 63, it's like, oh okay, that's below room temp, so I'm gonna say, oh, that's slightly below ideal temperatures, so how do you feel about that? So I ended up converting most of the units, the imperial unit discussions, into using like good, bad, cold, warm, that kind of thing to have conversations. In a science perspective, it doesn't get reinforced. Imperial units rarely get reinforced, right? Like, and as in terms of molecular biology, you're thinking in nanometers, so centimeters are not even in the discussion. Sometimes centimeters come into the discussion, millimeters more often. When it comes to like tumor size and stuff, you might get into millimeters. But generally speaking, yeah, imperial units are something. Height is something I use. I know that 6 feet is pretty above average, and then like 5.5 is like kind of short, so anywhere between 5.5 and 6, and then when you hit 7 it's a lot, you know, like it's really tall. So that's all I remember. And then when people say centimeters, I remember the relative amount of centimeters for peeps, and those are my like post lines. And then anything in between is like, okay. It's kind of I'm not sure if you're familiar with Likert scales, but Likert scales is like, what is your happiness between 0 and 1, right? So when I think of imperial units, I think of it this way as well. So like if it's 0 and 25, this is between room temp and freeze point. So what is 25 then? It's a kind of like 73. I see that this is where I show how weak my imperial units are. we're gonna say like 70, 75, and then freezing freezing is 32. So like then whenever we have a conversation, it's like, okay, it's closer to this than it is closer to that. It's pretty bad. I think my I don't convert. So when I have to, I pull up the factor, the conversion factor. What is the conversion factor for degrees to Fahrenheit? I think it's like 5/9 or something. This is science. So occasionally I remember having to convert to Fahrenheit, but I think it's, or is it 9/5? I think it's 5/9. Nice thing is though, if you're in science, right? If you're in science, you think of it as ratios. So as long as you know the conversion factor, you can kind of still do it in your head, but you want to buy your time. I buy my time all the time. That was a very poorly phrased. But when someone says, oh yeah, it's 13 here right now, and I'm like, oh, 13 there, huh? And then I'm converting it in my head as I'm saying that. So I would like, oh, so is this cold for you or is this warm for you? Meanwhile, I'm converting it in my head. So I'm asking the person a question about, is that good or bad when you're saying it's 13 degrees, right? And I know the relative range. So I know the relative range of the conversation, right? So I'm giving away everything. So if it's within this relative range, so chances are that, like for temperature, for example, when they're talking in this range, typically it would end up being Fahrenheit, typically. And then this would be typically Celsius. And then there are some extraining conditions. However, we have to remember that behaviorally, when it's outside of these ranges, they would be talking about whether it's really cold, or hot. So I would ask them a question like, oh, so is it cold or hot there? Meanwhile, I'm getting ready to either say Fahrenheit or degrees Celsius. I don't know if that's why, the context of why you're asking about imperial units or whatnot, but it is kind of clever that I think most people are clever enough that they can talk and ask questions while also forming their responses, at least in my opinion. So I get away with this. I am very terrible with imperial units. Unit differences are the biggest culture shock you have. You can't avoid it, because whatever I buy in US, they use pounds, ounces, and feet. Exactly. So now you're asking yourself, what's a lot? What's heavy? What's a lot of something? What's a little of something? And that's kind of how I go about it. Like, for example, I know what 2 liter is. I don't know how much fluid ounces that is. So instead, I think about, okay, so 2 liters, how many bottles? How many bottles can I fill, right? So if I were to drink a bottle, this is a really roundabout way of doing this, but if I drink a bottle, I kind of know how many drinks I would get from a 2 liter. So then I could get a bottle, which is typically either 12 fluid ounces or 16 fluid ounces, if it has some keywords. So it's anywhere between these two, right? So then I could get an idea of like what a fluid ounce is again. Yeah, I do this all the time. When I look at something that's metric, I'm like, oh, okay, I know that. And then suddenly, and that's not, it's not normalized by my American growth. Like, in fact, I think using words as opposed to a form of measurement is far more common when I talk to people. So oftentimes they would say a can of something, a bottle of something. So it's going to be a range of volumes. So a can vary from a specific volume, like volume X to volume Y. So the question is, do you want at least this much, or sorry, if you want at least this much or at most this much. And that's kind of how I buy things a lot of times. When someone says, oh yeah, that's 3 pounds of beef, I'm like, is that a lot or is that a little? What is that in kilos? It happens a lot. Feet, maybe not as much. Okay, feet is weird because it's a case by case. If you're talking about height, I'm okay with it. If you're talking about distance, not okay. not very good. So if you're talking about feet as a form of measure of distance, I'm like, 16 feet a lot. Now, there is, because range has a lower range, right? I mean, sorry, height has a lower range, right? It has a lower range. The resolution is not that dramatic. In feet, you're like, okay, so I ran a 1K to, I ran 1K. How much is that in feet? I have no idea. Like, so what you try to do is you try to normalize it to a mile, because a mile is about, see, that doesn't help either. 1 kilometer, that doesn't help either. Like, or like 1K, like 1,000 kilometers. Not 1,000 kilometers. I don't know. Like 1 kilometer. I don't know. So perfectly all right. Perfectly all right. Here's my take though. This is me personally. I don't think other Americans have this problem, unless they work in science. Largely because you need to know more than you would normalize. So consider it like an extra challenge, perhaps. Yeah, nowadays I ask myself, like, what's a bottle? And a bottle is likely, I keep writing Q. 12 fluid ounces. I'm going to consider it a small bottle. So 12 fluid ounces. So if I wanted to buy a larger container, how many more bottles do I want? Maybe I want 10 more bottles. Well, is 10 more bottles close to 2 liters? And I'm basically imagining myself taking the 2-liter bottle and filling the smaller bottle. So like, how many bottles can I get out of a 2-liter is how I'm going about it. It's wild. For example, pint, you'll probably encounter pint, and then 2 pints are in a quart, I think. And 2 or 4 quarts in a gallon. I think it's 4, right, guys? Or is it 2? I still have this problem from childhood. Like, how many quarts are in a gallon? Is it 4? Yeah, it's 4. Okay. It's 4 gallons. So 2 in a quart, and then so that means there's 8 pints in a gallon. So if I'm gonna make dinner, like for example, if I'm gonna make dinner and then I need like 1 pint for dinner, that's 8 dinners, right? So if I buy a gallon, I can make 8 dinners of this, and that's how I go about it. I know it sounds terrifying at first, but these are conversion units too. But what happens is you're converting non-standardized units, and that's the imperial unit system. That's why imperial unit, in my opinion, for someone who is really used to the metric system, it's not scalable. So what you do is oftentimes you take keywords that are quantized. They're quantized amount, and then you negotiate the quantized amount. So when someone asks me, "Oh, do you want a tub of ice cream?" Do you want a tub of ice cream? Right? I have to I actually looked at tub of ice cream before. So a tub of ice cream can vary, but generally the tub that is the biggest is 3 gallons. Yeah, see, that this is where it goes crazy, right? Like, so when someone says a tub of ice cream, do they mean the 3-gallon one, or do they mean the 1-quart one? And then typically a tub doesn't refer to a pint. Yeah, I know. You have to laugh about it. It's an English problem too. Like, in both ways is an English problem, right? The imperial unit is imperial, so British English. So it's inherently both a language obstacle and a visual quantification obstacle. Like, what the heck? Who buys 3-gallon tubs of ice cream nowadays? But I have no idea what tub means still to this day when people are talking about it. I don't even know how big cans are anymore. So no worries. Actually, a very, very excellent question, actually. Yes, I should remember some imperial units of daily goods. Yeah, that's basically how I go about it. My to this day, I'm still not quite sure some of the normal weight units, like standardized weight units, as in, like, what's your for food, right? Food daily goods tend to be, in order for me to normalize things, I use the FDA labels now. Your nutritional label. Oh no, it's not FDA. It's I think it's USDA. Actually, one of these organizations. They normalize the labels. So oftentimes when I think about food, I use the labels because the labels are where you have standardized units. The problem with that sometimes is they also use percent, and percent, we don't have to talk about percent. Percent is not a unit. Sorry for all the people I just offended, but percent is not a unit. It doesn't help you with anything. It just tells you relative amounts of things. Like, what I mean is, if you take a percent, it's almost like a ratio, right? It doesn't really tell you other things if you don't have a standard. So as someone who might need to form standards, I don't know what a standard steak is, for example. What is the standard steak in pounds? I'm not even sure if Americans know this. And they will say steak, and they will say, "Oh, that's a steak, all right. That's a normal size steak." And I'm like, I don't. What's the weight of a normal size steak? Why offend? Oh no, I'm joking. Obviously, Joe. I'm joking. I'm joking. But one thing that the United States does very well. When I mean well, I mean use very frequently, is using percentage. And the problem there, obviously, percentage is relative, right? It's a relative thing. So what happens is it leads to a lot of misconceptions in the United States, especially when it comes to nutrition. However, it is a very useful tool for business. When you're selling things, you're often incredibly incentivized to use percentage because percentage obscures magnitude. So, for example, this is your 60% of your daily value of sugar. if you poll Americans, right? I'm not sure about other countries. I'm specifically talking about Americans, largely the people who live under the American like nutrition standards. What is that? What is 60% daily value of sugar? Like, what is that? It's not the same when you say 60%. When you say 60%, you could say, okay, so it is useful in the sense that if you have 60% one and then 40% from another, then you would say, yeah, it's 60 and 40%. That's 100%. So no more sugar for you for the day. And it can work provided that there's serving size understandings, right? You can circumvent that by saying, what is the literal amount? Like, say 60% is, I don't know what the recommendation nowadays is, but if it's 60%, it's like, we're gonna say like 24 grams of sugar. And then this is, maybe it's like 28, something like that. And then this is 14 grams. So you get like around 42. It's not exact. I think it's between 36 and, I give ranges, but I think the exact number is probably 42. But so when you're thinking about it, I think of it as grams. However, the biggest, this is usually in parentheses and kind of offset. The biggest number that people use in labels and stuff is percentage. Percent is a good marketing trick. Yes, it obscures the magnitude. It obscures like the literal volume and the weight and whatnot. And here's the thing. It's useful in the same way that I'm saying imperial units are useful to remember in a sense of approaching from a practical standpoint. So if you treat, that's not how you spell practical. Don't worry about it. Oh, maybe that's how you spell practical. It's the approach to my use of the imperial unit is the same as the practical use of percentages. So when you have daily value is the unit, and remembering the percentage is the practical use. So now when you think about it, it's like, oh, what is the range of your daily value of sugar in cereal, for example? So when you look at the back of the nutrition label, right? When you look at the back of the nutrition label, you're like, okay, a lot of this, now I've seen a lot of examples. I like this cereal, I like this cereal, I like this cereal. Here are the 3 cereals. And we realize that all the servings are anywhere between 10% and 15% of the daily sugar, the type of cereal I would eat. Obviously, you have to cater it to your own cereal preference. But every time I go eat a cereal that has like 60% to 40% or something of my daily sugar, it's too sweet. So that's how I go about it. So I remember specific ranges as well. But now that's only a general ballpark, right? Like, it's a general ballpark because some sugar, like the perception of sweet is relative as well. But generally speaking, like, oh, if I'm eating cereal, where is my normalization of quantity? And it's like 15% of my sugar, maybe. And then you can add other things like protein content and whatnot. It's wild how units factor into all of this. But in the long run, I still go and figure out what my macros are. You know, macros and micros. So they are often all measured in like grams or kilos, not pounds and what's smaller than a pound? Ounces. Obviously this way. It's really fun though. I'm kind of curious how your experience is going to be moving forward. Um, I, yeah, I can't tell you how much is a lot of cereal and how much is a little cereal. I don't eat cereal too much. Or how much is a lot of meat and how much is a little meat. Like, what is the average burger patty? Average burger patty. Hey, that's terrible. How I just the question I just asked. It's between 4 and 6 ounces. So half a pound? Wait, is it 12 ounces in a pound? I'm basically illustrating how little I know about the imperial system. Ounces in a pound. 16 ounces in a pound. Okay, so 1/4. So see, now I'm thinking, so how I would say it is an average patty in a burger is between 4 and 6 ounces. So in the future, when I think of a pound of meat, right? How many burgers can I get from a pound of meat? Well, now I know that it's 16 ounces. So that means I can get about 4 patties from a pound of meat. And that gives me a relative idea of, oh, okay, 1 pound of meat, that's kind of a lot. You know? Doesn't have to make sense. Or it makes sense to you, like my language learning, I'm basically illustrating my language learning at this point. This is how I am learning Japanese at the moment. It's just a complaint. No, it's perfectly fine. I think it's fun. Yeah, I'm glad you're sharing these things. I love to hear these things. We can laugh about it and talk about it. In fact, when we talk about it and stuff, it kind of reminds us that it's not so bad, you know? We talk about it, we have laughs. We can be angry together at something too. That makes it so that it's something either relatable or not relatable. And what it means is it makes your life a little bit more brighter, you know? In my opinion, or more interesting. You bought a beef 2.36 pounds, which is about 1 kilogram. Oh, I see. I see. You can make a lot of burgers with that. I just figured out now that you can make a lot of burgers with that. You can make uh at least 8 burgers. Nice. At least 8 burgers. That's where we're getting our memory, you know? That's our mnemonic. It's our mnemonic. I do use mnemonics for I use mnemonics for science as well. That's how I remember like the key numbers like 0, 25, and 32 and around 70, right? Or like 75 really. And then 273 and 100. I also use mnemonics too, like specific practical uses. Like the reason why I know 0 is because I always have to check the freezer. Right? I check the freezer, check the temperature, it's 0. It's got to be 0. Or below, right? And then when I have an incubator, I have to check the incubator. It's got to be around 25 and just 25 or 32. 25 or 32, right? Or Celsius, but then you would also need to know the Fahrenheit because some incubators are in both. And then you have thermometers that are like the most visible one is the Fahrenheit side kind of thing. And then I run. So I run outside all the time. So I would stare at my temperature. My phone would always show degrees Celsius and degree Fahrenheit right next to each other. So you kind of just get used to that. This is I haven't talked about these things for so long. In science, like when you're doing science, this conversation like between imperial units and metric units come up so often. Like, are we gonna ever? Here's a really wild question. Do you think we're ever going to change time into a standardized unit? Or like what I mean is something that's adherent to the metric system. Because I think this is one thing that it's universal at this point, right? Because let's not forget that 1 hour is 60 minutes and 1 minute is 60 seconds. But the only metric unit here is seconds. Right. Oh, wait. Let's do this. So 60 an hour is 360 seconds, right? If we normalize it, then this is right. It will be 3.6 kiloseconds. So 1 hour would be 3.6 kiloseconds. Did I do that right? I hope I did that right. 60 times 60, 360, 3600. Yeah. So then you move the decimal 3 places to the left for kilo. So 3.6 kiloseconds per hour. So we could convert the 24-hour clock into whatever 24 hours times 3.6. I can't do that math. I promise I'm not fully Chinese. I can't do this in my head. I'm kidding. Sorry. I'm playing on the stereotype. I'm not that great at math. And my math is sufficient, but not that great. I rely on technology. Sorry, ancestors. All right, so let's move forward. Let's see. I guess we stick with none. Oh wait. No, we stick with nanatsu. Yeah, nanatsu. Knowing that as long as you know, yeah, nanatsu. Oh, how does this fit? So this is a compound kanji, right? So you would use nana. Oh yeah, because of kunyomi. Yes, that still checks out with that. Yeah, because if it's the same pattern, right? All the readings are the kunyomi reading, which means yes, exactly. That's the rule or the generalization. So nanatsu.
7つ
Humor. I think the solution, this sounds really cliche. Humor is such a fantastic solution to making things memorable and all your complaints be less of a negative thing but a fun thing to share. I think when I was younger, I used to get frustrated or get annoyed by when people complain about things. And nowadays, I almost feel like due to the way I approach stuff now, I find it incredibly, it's almost like a thing that I like to do or encourage other people to do because it offers me an opportunity to make that complaint into something endearing. I think when you're able to do that as a person, right, as a person that's not dependent on another person, life becomes increasingly more happy, right? You become a lot more happier when every time you complain about something, you either emotionally be able to be like, oh yeah, you know what? And then you can decide if you wanted to do anything about it. But largely that the complaint doesn't end up being some sort of lifelong source of negativity, right? That's kind of the idea. So nowadays when I see someone complaining, my immediate thought is, how would I get this person to look at it as a complaint, but not in a negative sense, right? And that's kind of like being the enabler, someone to motivate someone. So when someone says, "Oh yes, I don't know what to do. I'm just so bored." Oh, really now? Can you tell me what do you mean by bored? Like, can you describe this boredom? Like, what is it that you hate about this boredom? And let's talk about it a little bit. And it's often my challenge to myself personally. Maybe that boredom's not so disinteresting, right? That kind of thing. If there's anything I can do, I mean, the bottom is they stay bored, or the bottom is they stay hating this thing. That's the you can only go up from there in terms of like the relative scale of someone's emotional state, right? If you're bored, you're close to the bottom, right? So when you make an attempt to describe that it's interesting to understand how their boredom is, it might become interesting. Like, take it as a challenge, right? I think that's what gets me going every day. When I see people's problems, I see them as a problem that I want to investigate and willingly, if they are amenable, to address and or discuss. Obviously not to solve. I'm not going to use the word solve because that would be very arrogant and it would be irresponsible of me to say that I go out attempting to solve people's problems. I offer and be available, and then if they want me to participate, because I'm available, they are more likely to share. And when they share, the problem might go away on its own simply because I'm around, as opposed to being instructional, because not everyone wants to hear unsolicited advice, of course. Hello there, Dark. Hello. What? Okay, so what things do you have 7 of? Okay, what do we have? Nanas? My word. These are your grandma's clones? These are your grandma's cloned. Just think, it's lucky to have 7 nanas. They can all cook my favorite foods for me. Ko, listen, you need to behave. What's more, you have 1 nana for every day of the week, so you'll get your favorite food every day. Oh. What? I need to ask Koichi some questions about this mnemonic. Alright, sure. 7 nanas. Fair enough. First we had the 8 yachts, and now we have 7 nanas. Boy howdy. And then 3 Santa Clauses. A little thing, I'm not sure if you use this, Jiao, WaniKani. One thing that Ko expresses through his work is something that I use as well, is when you make something very peculiar, when you make something familiar, however you throw it into the degree of peculiarity, that's terrible word choice from me. It generally becomes more memorable. So when this is weird, it's intentional. Yeah, it's intentional. I do this too. My stories have twists and turns and whatnot, and that reinforces, like when I was explaining the imperial units, how I remember imperial units or the significance of imperial units with metric. It's a weird explanation. It's using the stuff that you may be familiar with, like pounds, ounces, bottles, cups, and stuff, but the explainer is memorable because it's often peculiar and familiar. So yeah, Ko and I kind of, I don't know Ko, by the way. I don't know any of these people. However, from this person's mnemonics, I can definitely see that me and this person kind of have very, very similar approaches. Duolingo doesn't do any of this stuff, right? Because it's not part of their philosophy. So when I was using Duolingo, it was difficult for me to understand, difficult for me to adapt at first. I needed to work on how to adapt and make Duolingo useful. However, this is at home. This is like, in my opinion, far closer to what I typically do, which kind of makes sense in a way for English speakers to develop mnemonics. I'm not entirely sure if I would say the same thing for other people, but if you're an English speaker, a lot of times predicating on peculiarities, as in like making things seem out of place while also familiar, is kind of very reminiscent of English in general. English is predicated on peculiarities as opposed to rules. So when you're explaining mnemonics and stuff, that might actually end up bleeding into that too. And not to say that the basic human condition, I earnestly think the significance of this effect is usually human condition. When something sticks out, it tends to stick out way more than something that is mundane, because it can overlap with other things that are mundane. Not that I also particularly way to memorize English when you were young. Yeah. Exactly. Wait. I was gonna give an example from science. No, that's okay. We don't have to worry about it. I have, okay, I can give an science example. So I'm not sure if you used this before, but have you ever used pipette tips, like an automated pipetter? I'm sure you have, right? They would have these slots, right? And then you have like a pipetter that looks something like this, roughly. And then there's a plunger, right? It would look like a pipette tip, and then there's like a metal thing to eject it. And then you have like a dial here. And then you would insert these pipette tips, right? And then you would like pipette. It's interesting, or should I say when I learn things at beginning stages? Yeah, I understand. So these pipette tips, the my basic measurement of smaller volume when it comes to the thing is normalized to these pipette tips, right? And that might seem like a weird thing until you know my background, right? And my background is in molecular biology. So most of the time you would have like one micro liter is very small, right? 1 microliter is very small. However, 10 microliters is common, right? 100 microliters is even, it's between these are the common ranges, but this is the striation of things, and it's still, the units itself didn't change, and largely it's due to application. And then it's suddenly, once you get to 1,000, is 1 milliliter, right? And anything from 500 mils to, whoops, not mils, 100.5 microliter, 5 mils, or 500 microliters is kind of, these are significant numbers. These are significant volumes and whatnot because of normalization to this thing. So none of these units might have memorable qualities, because like, what the heck, 1 microliter? Like, what are you picturing with 1 microliter? Why is 10 microliters important and 100? It's because of these pipetters. There's a specific range of sensitivity on the various pipetter volumes, and that's why these volumes become landmarks. And that's a way to remember specific things, because they're specific to you. Or maybe like if you bump into another scientist or something, or like another wet lab molecular biologist or what have you, you'll probably find someone like, oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. So this, I'm like, what the heck, dude? You want 9 grandmas? Anyways. Yep. So now we have below. Wait. I didn't check the grammar examples. Yeah, I hope you have your own basis of stuff too, right? Leverage your life experiences at all times. Heck, this would be a great time to learn some Japanese equivalents of the imperial units. Not kidding. I already saw a bunch of katakana for like katakana unit measure because we keep we're on counters right now in WaniKani, interestingly enough. Dragon Balls. Doragun. Gun Boru. Of course, you would use Doragun Boru. Udon? Oh, don't tell me. Did you udon? No, that's in katakana. That's in hirakana. That's fine. To go? Where's to go at? Wait. Oh. Da. Okay, no, that's all that. Wait, to go. How are you switching? How are you using to go? Shh. Wait. Oh, take Aldo. Oh my gosh, take Aldo is how they're doing to go. Interesting. Take Aldo. Alto. Yeah. Intriguing. His examples are wild. Ko is probably avoiding using too many hirakana words intentionally because you're learning them as you're going. I always found that fascinating because Duolingo had to answer this question too. Where do you start with context if there's nothing there, right? And they kind of leaned heavy on katakana as well, or borrowers, to offset a lot of the volume. Okay, below, right, under, beneath, down. Okay, it's the same, so no, and then there's no okurigana. Nope. Yep, that's it. It tends to steal the meaning. I like this phrasing, is interesting. It tends to steal the meaning of the kanji, personifying the characters. Shita. Yep.
Shita.
Shita. When a vocab is a so when it's alone, it usually uses the kunyomi. I gotta keep remembering that. It usually uses the kunyomi unless it's a number. Numbers are exceptions so far. You learned the onyomi, right? The onyomi was and now we need to know the kunyomi. So shita. What's below you? What's below your foot? Oh no, the worst thing, please. It's shita. As in, it's stuck? Wait, what's below you? What's below your foot? Oh no, the worst thing possible. It's stuck. Yeah, stuck. I think I would I don't have a mnemonic for this, but immediately I'm thinking what's the worst thing? Oh, what's the worst thing below you though? I don't know how to get below. I was gonna say stop, as in like if it's worse, you gotta stop, right? Stop. But man, yeah, numbers gotta be special, obviously. Petitious doesn't like eating candy for breakfast. Blair, what do you have to say about that? No, I'm kidding. Cereal, yeah, lots of the very popular cereal, American cereals are definitely basically like candy. The cereals that I typically eat are not that, but they are also kind of expensive and a luxury item as well. Like I like eating mini wheats, like with nothing on it, just heckin' what do you call it? Cardboard and plastic. Not cardboard and plastic. Cardboard and like wood chips, earth. I don't know what you classify as the mini weights, but it's basically crunching on dietary fiber. I like the texture and crunch of if I were to buy cereal. I haven't bought cereal. And then maybe I would add like my own cinnamon or something, or you could get like cinnamon mini wheats, and just the cinnamon aspect is sufficient for me. Like plain Cheerios. Or maybe multigrain Cheerios. Shita? Yeah, shita. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, that's not what they're going for. I was gonna say maybe it's like an exclamatory. This one's kind of rough, but it's saying the your foot is stuck, probably. It's shita. When you look down, right? When you look down below your foot, it's like, oh yeah, it's shita. Frosted mini wheats, your beloved. Yeah, frosted minis is kind of nice when you want some sugar in your life. Betto no shita. Betto no peiji no shita. Table no shita. Downstairs. Wait, what did you use for downstairs? Shita no furoa. Oh my goodness. Furoa. Okay. I'm basically trying to see if Ko relents and uses some hirakana. He clearly is avoiding kanji at all costs. What about, oh no, hamster is fine. Is there anything? No, there's nothing there. Downstairs is interesting. Floor. Furoa. Well, we have Yama, so Yama doesn't count. Oh, this one's actually a full sentence. Yeah. Yama no shita ni ookii restaurant ga aru yo. Aru yo. This one was a reach. Alright, let's go to the next one. I don't think I'm gonna get to Duolingo again. We have to do some Duolingo today. We're gonna put in some over midnight stuff today. To lower something. Oh, okay. I didn't think of it that way. Yeah. Okay, to hang something, yes. This word consists of kanji with hirakana attached. So what did they call this then? Okurigana, right? Okurigana. Because the hirakana ends with the u sound, you know, this is a verb, the kanji is up below, so the version of this is to put something below you. It's to lower something, it also means to hang something, yes. Such as land from the ceiling. This is a transitive verb. Yep, I see that. And they also identified that it's an ichidan, right? Eru. So geru, eru. Which means that the verb is done by one entity onto another. In other words, you lower something, like you're impossibly high expectations for yourself. Take it easy. Aw, I think more so nowadays, people need to hear that more than the other way around. It used to be the other way, honestly, but I actually think there's like this vicious prison now, like mental prison. You're reinforced with high expectations, But since you haven't started anything, there's no experience with what effort related to that high expectation. They're kind of like stuck in this vicious cycle where you can be perceived as lazy, but laziness requires an understanding of what is hard or effortful. However, impossibly high expectations reinforced by the internet is creating an inability to start to gain that expectation, right? So then it's just looping in circles. Like, to do something requires you to appreciate what is hard or not being lazy. You have to start. But then there's incredible high expectations depicted on the internet to prevent you from getting that experience in order to fight and combat the high expectations, right? Expectation is developed and standard is developed of yourself predicated on your experiences. So you can get this like no-win situation where like it's the chicken or the egg, but you still need the egg for the chicken and you need the chicken for the egg, right? Kind of like how do you make money? Have money first. That's kind of one of those vicious things. And I feel like nowadays, yeah, like you're impossibly high expectations for yourself. Yeah, take it easy. Take it easy, folks. For those that are applicable, obviously. For individuals who are lacking experience, my like blanketed statement is take a chance. Take a chance. Flip a coin, right? Blair, flip a coin. Take a chance. Without that experience, expectations and what is high, what is low expectations, it doesn't go anywhere. It's so difficult for one to comprehend without actually doing anything yet. And then being bombarded with other people's vicarious expectations and experiences. What else can you trust, right? It's a little scary thought, being trapped in a mind like that. So we got sageru. This is a new word actually. Wherever if Iris said, did I encounter any unfamiliar words yet? This is technically unfamiliar. I've seen it a couple of times, but not I didn't formally learn this. Sageru. Like this specific one, sageru. Interesting.
Sageru.
Sageru.
Ooh, I heard a little bit of nga.
Sageru.
Sageru. Just a slight nga. Like slight. Sageru. That's kind of telling of where, like, how much older the person is, or where they might, like, what kind of company that they have. Sageru. Flipping a coin to decide whether you have high or low expectations for a certain thing that day. Ooh, yeah. That could help you normalize what you think is a high expectation or a low expectation. Yeah. That's a good one. I'm putting that Vsauce short into effect. Since this word has okurigana, right? You know that it's probably going to be the kunyomi. Yes. So excuse me. But I don't know the wait, I do? Do I? No, I don't. I didn't know it was sa. Did I get a sa yet? No, I didn't get a sa yet. Here's a mnemonic. Oh, wait, I didn't get the kunyomi yet. This is kunyomi. You want to lower something. In this case, it's a tree. So you need a sa. I love it. I like it. Lower the tree to the ground gently while you slowly saw it down. I like it. This one I like. Yeah, I heard sangaru. Yeah, sangaru. Yeah. You can hear the nga. You still have expectations, but the standards can change day to day, and that's okay. Absolutely. Without that experience, you can't hone in or tune in your expectations, right? It's difficult to gauge your expectations without having without engaging in normalize, like tweaking the expectations. So while it changes day to day, it becomes refined and more fine-tuned with every attempt. And then one day you don't need the coin, you know, after developing self-awareness, sufficient self-awareness, you don't know, you can dispense with the coin, kind of like dispensing with mnemonics. But I kind of like keeping mnemonics on for as long as possible. Oh, I like this one. This one's great. Let's see if we can find any costo. Come on, man. Oh, I guess if you need to lower, you can't use kakaru. What is for volume? Bodomu. Bodumu. Bodumu. Alright, you're really stretching it, Ko. You're really stretching it. Ooh, as hard as you can. Oh, hey. Chikara ippai. Lower? Oh my gosh. Oh, no. That's fine. Lebe. Lever. Leba. Leba or sagete. Sagete. Let's lower to one. No, that's fine. Rope. What did you use? Rope. Of course. What about perfect? We know perfect. Don't you dare. What did you use for perfect? Chotto ii. That's fine. Neat. Hanging bacon. Bacon? Where's bacon? Oh, bacon. Okay. You're going out? You're going to leave? Good night. Good night, Jiao. Good night. Oyasumi nasai, Jiao. Good luck. Godspeed. I look forward to your next funny observation in life. Right? I'm back with some looking forward to your next statement. More to talk about. Alright, so please give me kudasai. That's an interesting way of looking at kudasai. Please give me. Or please, right? You know that the kanji right, ka, we know that as ka means down, and sai sounds like the word sigh. Okay. You need to ask someone for something, so you look down. Okay. 明天我也会有问题. Oh. Yeah. No worries. No worries. I look forward to it. I don't know how to say 楽しみです. Or we'll just say 楽しみです. 問題に楽しみです. じゃあ you need to ask someone for something, so you look down, sigh, and say, please give me that thing. Ooh, that is tugging on my I suck at asking for help kind of thing. You're ashamed that you have to ask, but you still need it. Please give it to me. Okay, you got me on this. You only use this kanji version of kudasai when asking for something, which is why this is please give me. If you're just saying please, you don't need the kanji at all. Oh, I like that they distinguished it. Nice. Yeah. You only use the kanji version of kudasai when asking for something, which is why this is please give me. I see. Intriguing. Yeah. Hence the ordering thing being kudasai in hirakana. Here's a second instance where they already introduced and differentiate between hirakana only words and kanji use again. So I mean, it seems like Ko is being very diligent on distinguishing the moments that you're using, and then you're already associated with kudasai, the kanji version. Okay.
ください
Kudasai.
ください
The reading for here is one you haven't learned. Just think about it. Just think about how it kind of sounds like you're saying please. Could I? Ooh, kuda. Nice. And then the sai. Kudasai. Ah, kudasai. Nice. Having this thing, pretty please, could I have it? Alternatively, you already know the word kudasai beforehand. This shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, really. Yes. Nice. Oh, they even acknowledge high frequency words. So they already acknowledge that there are high frequency words that you might have seen in hiragana. So it shouldn't be hard because it's understood. Interesting. The way that makes using kudasai during food orders makes more sense. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Food orders is great. I think that's a great example. Obviously, that's pretty much like what the second or third thing you learn in Duolingo leaned on that. Every time they introduce like a new thing, they're like, okay, we gotta add kudasai in some way or form. It's like, can you please go up the stairs? Can you please look here? Like, no, as polite as you can possibly be. Kudasai is everywhere. Please give me advice. Please give me that one. Please email me. Interesting. Huh. So this is interesting, right? This says miso or miso ramen kudasai. So there's no o, right? Duo say you're only getting food in Japan. Yeah, basically. Only food. Thanks, Nojo. So they didn't use the o here, and I kind of understand why, and then using that. Okay, and ringo, and then but this one is, and they still use kudasai. So that's interesting. That's very interesting contextually. Because you could say ringo o nanatsu, right? Nanatsu kudasai in kana. Doka. Doka. What was it? Chibara. No, not chibara. Chikara. Chikara o kudasai. Oh. Please give me some help. Please give me some strength. That's interesting. Ooh, I like this. This is new. Okay. So I gotta quickly review, right? So Nana, what was Nana's? Okay. So we have, oh no, Nana is just gonna pass, right? Nana is the, there, you're right, because we have two meanings, largely due to Nana being the exception. So it's like Yong. And then we have 7 Nanas. This was below our foot getting stuck. Shita. And then this is Sageru. The heck? What was the reading? Sageru. Oh, saw to lower something. Sageru. Okay. Sageru. And then Sai. And Kuda. Could you, right? Kuda. Okay. Could I? Kuda. Okay. All right. That's slightly stretchy, but I think we're gonna be okay. Oh, That's the reading. And then there's chi, right? Stop. Oh. This is a pass. Oh, yeah. I saw, right? I get it. 2 reviews. Let's do it. Let's go. I don't want to talk about it. What was this? What is full power? Hooray! So what were our new ones? Our new ones were more numbers, right? So what do we have still? Yeah. Ichi. Ni. San. And we slowly basically did all of these with counters, right? So then we got these clusters, whoops. These clusters into our tsu, and do. Full bars! Yeah, look at all those. Look at all these full bars. So much fun. Dopamine in excess right now. Look at these brilliant boxes. So that makes up the bulk of things, right? So, and then they chose... Oh, they chose the Neen. So the Neen... Oh, Neen is actually very specific. It's only the top 3. Yes. Whoops, that's the wrong character. No one, or it's it was okay looking. What'd you call it? So right. So using our tsu, we have hitotsu, futatsu, mitsu, nanatsu. Actually, did we get? Oh, yatsu. Yeah, yatsu, kokonotsu, and I don't think we got this yet, actually. Just kidding. We're jumping the gun here. No, yeah, we don't. Okay. Then we got other related things. Like, right, Oki. Okisa. Am I being a butt? Or I just don't remember. It's fine. It'll come back to me. Oh no. Why am I drawing a blank on sa? Oh. No, wait. Why am I drawing a blank on sa? I don't remember sa. Someone help me. Has it really been that long since I've written sa? Yes, it has been. Was there something else? Oh, shita. It happens, you know, it happens. Shita. What other groupings do we have using these guys? We have T and Jinko, and Jinko leads to Jinko. Jinko. We have the combination of Kawa and Yama. Enter. We've got Airu. Right. Airu. That is not the correct character. Airu and Iriguchi. Which goes back up to there. Otona. Oops. Oh, Otona, I guess, would go here. At the intersection of... No. I would love to see a web design for this, like a web, an interaction web. Otona. Go have... Onna. Just do Onna on its own. And then Onna no Hito, right? Any other combinations we see through this? Oh, shita. So, and shita and ue. Oh, we didn't get ue yet, actually. Because ue is... I screwed up ue. But shita, we have... kudasai. And then also... geru. Sageru. I like their clustering already. And then way from left field, we got full power. Right. Chikara ippai. Ippai. That everything? Touch upon everything, but I'm not sure if I got everything. This will become unmanageable soon, so we'll have to think of a different way to go about this in the future. Pretty good. All right, we gotta move on. We gotta switch gears. We're behind. Oh wow, this was longer than yesterday's. Oh no, about the same. All right, folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani. Got some really good talk in, something about English idiosyncrasies as well. Ooh, so many wonderful topics. I feel like if this keeps going on, I'm basically gonna have to do a staggered series, like do something one day and then do something another day, whatnot. I am getting my homework done though. Where I'm prepping my stuff for the review, regardless if Duolingo sessions come up or not. We're prepping. What did I give myself unceremoniously yesterday? Like 9 days? I have 9 days. Yeah. Can't go much later than that because I want to have a wiggle room of 1 or 2 weeks before we start video games as well. Like a Dragon is around the corner. It looks like February or close to Lunar New Year's is like a dragon event of the year. All right. So we're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu, right? Thank you, and for all the WaniKani enthusiasts out there. Mata ne. Ja ne. Right. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Alright, folks. Welcome back. It is day 3 with HanziHero. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第3天。Right. Silly duo adding moto to everything. Well, you gotta get used to that moto. I really like the sound of moto most of the time. Moto. More and more. Okay. So yesterday we got Yoshi joined the club. Robin Hood joined the club. Being outside the house, right? Being outside the house. Electricity plant joined the club. Oh, Legolas also joined the club. Yeah, plenty of things. We're still gonna stick to whatever the default is, and we'll see where it happens. It looks like our review is up by 3, right? So let's see. Usually these are a little bit shorter because we're on the starting side of HanziHero. All right. Da. Okay. We got our. This is paralleling WaniKani fairly interestingly. It's not a coincidence, by the way. It's largely not a coincidence. Finally getting to the HanziHero part. Yes. You haven't seen it yet? Oh, okay. So da. Some of the writing in these sections are identical. I already explained why that could be a possible thing. So we got da. Here are all the sounds and components. All right. So we got an auditorium. Ooh, Dracula is coming to play. Oh, and this weird sound effect. I think replacing this sound effect might be something, in my opinion. It's kind of weirdly distorted and high frequency. Sometimes that can be a little bit jarring to headphone users. You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of a low res stock sound from Sega, like the ring sound. It sounds like kind of a low res. It's slightly distorted, like it kind of clips a little version of like the ring sound from Sega when like Sonic the Hedgehog picks up a ring. So not the most pleasant sound. Perhaps changing that is the thing. It kind of startled me the first couple times, but now you're kind of expecting it. It's only in that instance right now. So, hey, so Dracula is D initial. It's got potential. Yes, it definitely got potential. I feel Duo is most definitely guilty of using the auditory dopamine stimulus, you know, using like normalized behavior to auditory things. You can't unhear it, and it's a very powerful aspect that one could leverage. I think WaniKani didn't lean on that, which that might be a developer's choice for not doing that. However, it is one of sound cues is easily one of the strongest outside of visual, right? Second to visual, but games do be hitting that sound cues really hard. Okay, so D sounds like D. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, the dada on Duel's 5 Street correct answer I've noticed more prominently. Yeah. Da-da. 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 The trumpets. The D in the name Dracula is pronounced the same as his initials, so we choose Dracula to represent it. Dracula, also known as Count Dracula or just Dracula. I know it's Count Dracula, but it could be I'm actually kind of curious if the Castlevania series ever referred to Dracula as Count Dracula. They might have, actually, now that I think about it. I'm thinking of Castlevania right now. is a vampire from the novel of the same name. He can turn others into vampires by biting them, and can also shapeshift into other creatures, such as a bat. Unless you watch anime, then Dracula can do whatever Dracula pleases. I'm alluding to a very specific anime series that features a certain Alucard. Here are some here are some example characters you will learn in the future that includes this sound, the D initial. What do you have for us? Dan. The. Dao. The. Da. Sorry. Da. Dan. Dan da dan. You see what I did there? Not dan da dan, but dan da dan. Dan dan da dan. Dan da dan. Duo finally gave you 10,000. Oh, there it is. The 10,000 unit. Welcome to the 10,000 unit club. All right, so we got the initial. I'm getting used to their system now, so it's not as bad. It's not as shaky. I can like make commentary without losing my place. Earlier, I was having problems because when I talk a little too long, I forget what their notation is. So I'm getting acclimated now, which is nice because that allows me to form higher thoughts. Okay, as in final. Okay, da, yeah. Auditorium, huh? Okay, the A in the English word auditorium sounds similar to this final, so we choose an auditorium to represent it. The front of the auditorium has the ticket booth and often a long line of customers in line waiting for their ticket. The lobby inside of the auditorium is quite large with red carpet for waiting before a show or at intermission, right? The basement of the auditorium has a bunch of old stage props and storage. The bathroom is quite fancy with some bathroom attendants standing by the sink with hard drying towels. Yeah, the one thing about their mnemonics that they're trying to do is they're doing one step forward because one of the characteristics of Chinese is that the pinyin, the sound, the read is not as eclectic, right? There's like a limited number of multiple reads as opposed to the norm. So they're trying to incorporate the mnemonics for the pinyin, the sound of the word, the representation of the word, with the mnemonics of the character read with the vocabulary. So all three of them ends up in one mnemonic as opposed to separate mnemonics for all the groups. So that's kind of something that they're setting up. So you have to get used to their notation and their way of setting up their mnemonics, because even their mnemonics are constructed into specific environments. So the pinyin typically deals with the subject and their location in the mnemonic, and then the component, which is the same, is kind of similar to radicals. The components are in the mnemonic with the vocabulary word, which would be the same, similar in the sense of the relationship between like the kanji like the kanji and the vocabulary word. So you kind of get used to that. And then the structure and the UI, you can see there's some similarities. Okay, so things with the N examples. So we have ba, xia, ba, da, xia, which I knew, xia, I knew all of these. Yeah, we're fine with all these. Pretty nice. All right, that's confirmation. So final, okay. Okay. So now this is the component. So blue is their component color. WaniKani's component colors are like gray, then purple, then red for the vocabulary. And theirs is red for the vocabulary too, but the components are blue, and the pinyin is light blue. Pinyin related things are light blue, which is down here. So it looks like a big star, perhaps formed by a person spreading their arms. Yep. Oh, this is slightly different. I like the big star thing. That's slightly different. Okay. Right. I don't know what tip is. Oh, tip looks interesting. Oh, it's small. Oh. Oh, and we're doing traditional now. So this is a traditional Mandarin course, which is more friendly to people outside of China. So diaspora of any sorts outside of China. And there is a simplified course. I'm not sure how I'm going to fit that into this thing right now. So we're going to use our simplified knowledge to figure out our traditional. Because the reason why I'm saying this is because tip is... Oh, that's not the same character. That's fine. No. I was thinking of something else. I'm not sure if that character is simplified. The character that I'm thinking of for tip. So, da, jian, tai. Yeah, tai stays the same. Interest. Good enough. Mei, yin, yin. No, that's the same too. So, we're doing big. Okay.
Da.
And then, of course, this is the vocabulary word. So, da, which shares the same component, the identical component. And then the sound components have Dracula, the auditorium, and in the bathroom. Tone 4 is bathroom. So it'll be something like Dracula went to the bathroom in the went to the auditorium's bathroom to discover to drop a big deuce. It was big indeed. I'm kidding, but that would be like a mnemonic. It's starting to sound like Clue, yeah, because you have to establish the character, where they are, and the location, and what act did they, like, what is the act? The detail comes at the end to include it. Dracula needs to go to the bathroom, okay? He ate a burrito from Taco Bell, and he just got to drop a big deuce, you know? What is their mnemonic? Dracula is in the bathroom of the auditorium looking at himself in a large, full-length mirror, checking his attire before he goes to find his next victim among the audience. To his surprise, he finds that the middle of his tuxedo has a big blotch of blood from his last victim. Okay. Now this sounds like a story from Clue. This time they didn't add the component, but big and the component and the vocabulary word is the same. So sometimes you can have like peng, which is 2 moons. So they would say something like 2 moon companions. So 2 moons is ye, right? Or moon, right? Ski, right? 2 ski tomodachi or something. So that would remind you like there are 2 moons in friend or peng. So that's kind of how they go about it. Although this, you only need big once because big, both of them are identical. That's probably why they chose that. So big blood stain on his tuxedo. Interesting. But you could see yourself making up your own mnemonics in this structure. I haven't done it in this way. This to me is something else that I do. This is another mnemonics technique that I do, and that's the Mind Palace version. Basically, when I go through my Mind Palace, it doesn't have to be like a castle or anything. If I walk through the house, right, I have to walk through the house a certain way, and I will see certain objects in the way. So all those objects represent the order in which I take my mnemonics. So whenever what happens here is you need a subject for the initial, and you need a location for the tone, or you need a specific like respective location for the tone, and the actual location within the actual location. So like, are you inside or outside or in a bathroom or in a specific place of another location, which auditorium is one of them here, or are you inside or outside of the house? They decided that a bathroom is something that you, how did they rationalize bathroom actually? So they chose roof for neutral because it's rare. You don't go to the roof too much. But I forgot what they use for bathroom. I'll have to remind myself why they chose bathroom. Tone 1. Tone 2 is inside the main room or a room. Tone 2 is inside the main. Tone 4, and then tone 1 is outside. Which I'm not sure what they use. And I gotta remind myself why they rationalized that. The roof was tone 5, which is the neutral short tone, because you don't typically go to the roof. It's rare. Okay, here are examples of vocabulary words that contain this. Oh, there's otona. Otona. Is this just darin? Probably darin. Yeah, darin. Oh, interesting. I don't actually know. So that's li, right? Da li. Da li. Yes, da li. 大家, right? Everyone. 大家. 高大. 高大. Master. Oh wait. Oh, that's a traditional character. So the simplified character would be 师. So 大师. Yeah. 大师. Yeah, so this is a traditional character. The simplified version is it looks like D. It's this character instead. Like this. So I'm gonna, as I'm learning this, I'm also learning which characters are simplified as an extra layer of engagement, I suppose. Okay. So the pronunciation is Dracula in the bathroom in the auditorium, right? Da.
Da.
And big blood stain. The fact that there's also simplified for some of these is wild. Yeah, so they the HanziHero guys decided to keep them separate. So you can actually do two separate things. You can take the simplified course or the traditional course. So they're gonna add both and then adjust for the simplified. So separate trackers for those. Yeah. The dev, Kevin, his name is Kevin, just plainly Kevin, nothing else to go on. Kevin currently resides in Taiwan. He is a transplant in Taiwan from Tampa, Florida. So, and his brother Phil is the second developer, and his brother Phil still resides in Tampa, Florida, apparently. And they're brothers. Kevin was the one who started learning Mandarin. There's no like disclosure or share of what his actual cultural background is and whatnot, and like motivations for interest, other than Kevin's very interested. He moved to Taiwan, right? For that. And his brother is by extension interested in this because it was more of a coding project at first. Kevin approached his brother to work on HanziHero, and then now foreseeably both of them are using the product that they very well developed themselves for reinforcement. Kevin is, I guess, more, I don't know how far Kevin's Mandarin is. We know that Phil, we don't know how far Mandarin Phil is, but as far as I am concerned, Kevin is literate. Like, how did he pretty much like literate enough to do most of this stuff, right? I don't know how far it is or whatnot, not disclosed. But yep. Ugh. Oh, this is not the armless child. This is the child with the arm. What did this sound like? Can you say that again? Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. I'll just keep going. Zelda? Why would you choose a Zelda? Alright, fine. Man, I thought Duolingo was the only one to try to advertise Nintendo stuff. But man, for the record, Zeruda. Yeah, Zeruda was the choice for introducing or associating the vocabulary word legendary or legend. Densetsu. Right, Densetsu. So Zeruda, not sponsored by the way. But they ended up choosing Zelda as well. What other Z names? What other proper nouns with Z would you be able to pick in the first place? That's topical nowadays outside of Zelda. This might sound a little old hat, but maybe Zed, the music, the song composer, because Zed's pretty topical. Zed's still making like collaborations and stuff, even for like anime music and whatnot. So Zed is pretty topical, but Zelda, yeah, that's probably what I could come up with too. Not a lot of many Z pronouns or proper nouns. So the Z sound in Pinyin is pronounced quite similarly to the what? That's how that sound. The sound. What does that mean? For example, this in the word odd or kids. Not quite sure if I would pick those. When it comes to like the pronunciation thing, it's a little off because I guess they're trying to find stuff, but interesting. Okay, the name Zelda also begins with a Z, so we choose Zelda to represent this initial, even though Z in Zelda is pronounced differently from this initial. Fair enough. Or Princess Zelda is the titular character in The Legend of Zelda video game series. She often has magical or spiritual power and assists Link in helping defeat Ganon. It's amazing when you can summarize a decade-long video game series with one sentence. Nintendo, folks. Obviously, that's this would be reductive, talking about just the goal, right? As opposed to the process. It's the adventure along the way that makes Legend of Zelda series so memorable. And the Ganon fight, but a lot of it is the rest of the game. Zao, zao, zi, zi, zao, ze, zi. Okay.
つ
Okay. And then 3. What are we getting for the basement? Ah, the low thing. Oh, maybe that's why they chose. No, I don't know. Actually, I don't remember what the thing is for the other tones. Why they chose bathroom for 4. So we got the basement. This kind of makes sense. The tone is low. It feels just a smidgen and may sound creaky due to its low pitch, right? Naturally associated with lower place. Basement. Oh yeah. 5 9 口 不 gu. Right. 3. All right. This is the child, not the armless child that is the or le. Sorry. Imagine a child standing on the side with its arms stretched out. It looks just like this character here with the angled stroke above, the horizontal stroke representing a head of sorts, and the vertical stroke underneath representing a leg or two. Right? But just interesting. A hole. I have no idea what a hole is. Hole. 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 How. And hole. Where's that hole? It's hole. Okay. Child. Alright. And then of course. So what? Zelda? Oh yeah, and house is none. No final. So Zelda is in someone's house basement chilling with the kiddos. Zelda is in the basement of the house. She's been trapped there since she was a child. Well, that got dark. Every couple of days, she cries out at the top of her lungs for Ganon to let her out because she is not a child anymore, and her entire life is wasting away. Wow, that's kind of dark. That's very, very dark. Holy heck. 日子 really 日子孩子 oh no oh 子女 really 子女电子位子 oh, that type of seed 位子 that's a very concerning. Yeah, I went from 0 to 100 real quick. Yeah, concerning. That kind of reminds me of the Rapunzel thing, right? The Rapunzel thing, but in a really, maybe a little bit more straightforward thing, but still, the Rapunzel thing is kind of mean too, but, oh, I got dark. 车子 yeah, 车子 Okay, pronunciation. So we just do
子
and okay. All right, quiz time. All right. So component name. I think we still stick with big. Child, still component name. Sound. Auditorium is final, right? Zelda is the initial.
之
And Dracula is D initial. The
的
pronunciation. So the
子
character meaning. Da. So Dracula in the bathroom of the auditorium. Right.
大
Big. Basement. Basement is the floor. Low. T. 3. So 3. Oh. Oh, I think I still click on. I still get 3. Okay. So now we got more lessons. As of unlock. Chu. Chu. Sorry. Chu. Alright. Chucky from Rugrats? Wait, is this Chucky from Rugrats or Chucky the Mean Dolly? Oh no, wait. Chucky the Mean Dolly has IE, right? It's spelled with IE. I don't actually know if Chucky from the Rugrats is spelled with a Y or an IE. Or Chuck E. Cheese? Wait, no. Is Chuck E. Cheese spelled with an IE? Which Chucky is it? Let's find out.
出
Okay, Chu. Alright, Chucky. Chu. Not Chucky, unfortunately. That doesn't work. But that's fine. It's similar to English word Chu, yeah. The name Chucky begins with the letters Chu, so we choose it to represent. Chucky is a... Oh, it's the demonic doll. Yep. It's a demonic doll that possessed by the soul of a serial killer. He is often seen wielding a large kitchen knife to kill unsuspected victims that purchase them. Oh, IE? Okay, so Chucky is spelled with IE, and then Chucky with the Y is the murder doll. Okay. Dang. Man. Here are some examples. Like, say, Chuan. Chuan. Chu. Like, Jing Chu. Chu. That. Oh, wait, it's this one. And this is. Oh. This is Chu. What is this? Foundation. Interesting. And then Chu, like middle, beginning. Or oh, that's why it's Chu, Zhong. Oh, beginning to middle. Ah, that makes sense now. Oh, and that makes sense for the Japanese version too. Shou, Shouxinsha. And Saisho. Okay. Chui.
吹
Interesting. Chui. Instead of Wa. Chui. Interesting. Alright. Chucky, that's Chu initial.
出
Okay. Alright. Mountain component. It's a sketch of a mountain with 3 peaks, the large ones in the middle. Yeah. Got it. We got it. Mountain. Alright. And then, yeah, to exit. Cool. To beat? Does that look familiar to me? Zi. It's not da. Like, it's not like a da like. Okay. Secret. Me. Oh, we got this character already. And it didn't change. It's the same character. In Mima. For password. Mima. So it makes sense. Me. The me is secret. Password. And to diverge. I don't have this one. Cha. Huh. Okay. Mountain. Or component name.
出
Ooh, okay. Which has double mountains. It's a double rainbow all the way. And then, so Chu, we have Chu for initial. So Chucky, we're in a house or outside of a house because it's tone 1. So Chucky is outside of a house in the mountains or hiking to the mountains. Chucky is in front of the house, which has 2 large mountains in front, and where one can exit from. Chucky waits between the two mountains, waiting for people to exit the house and walk between them, where he plans to pounce on them and kill them. To unalive them. To unalive them. Sorry. Okay. Fair enough. The exit. I gotta remember to type 2. Okay. To take out. Speaking of to take out, oh. That's nah. Oh yeah. It's hard to see with a heckin' stripe patterns. Yeah, na chu. Na chu to take out. Chu. Xian. Qu xian. Qu xiang. Qu xian. Yeah, qu xian. Qu. Qu. 走，去走，去门. Oh yeah, like right. Right, simplified. This is not simplified. This would be one that is not simplified. Outstanding. What the heck? 去来把锤把锤 huh. I'll have to hear that in the future. I don't know about that one. Chucky outside of the house.
出
And waiting at the exit. And gotta be careful here to not get it confused with expecting a what's it called? Okurigana, right? Okurigana in Japanese to indicate whether it's a predicate or not, or a verb or not, because Chinese doesn't have that. Hey. Component name, mountain. Chu.
出
Ooh, outside.
出
That's it for all the lessons. Now we have 13 reviews. All right, let's do our reviews. Yoshi, so that's Y initial.
一
E. Robin Hood is R initial.
日
Electricity plant is a place, so it's a final. Component. I think this is still called ground as the component. E. This is Yoshi outside of the house, right?
一
One. Roof is tone 5. Roof is neutral. This is La 5. Legolas is on the roof. Legolas is on the roof of the house.
了
La 5. Character meaning, I think we go with did. Yes. And then initial, la initial. Oh. Is it just la? Oh. It's not outside the house. Is Legolas on top of the roof of the electricity plant? Not. So it's just la, like L initial. And then infirmary was N. Oh, was it the electricity plant? Or was it the infirmary? Oh no, infirmary was something else. Yeah, this is final, and
N,
and then outside is 1. Component name, armless child. Guess we do person.
L,
Okay. So we do 人, which was Robin Hood in the infirmary. The heck? Where does 2 come from? Oh, it's inside? No, that's... Yeah, that inside. Yeah, inside. So Robin Hood is inside the infirmary stealing things for to give to someone, right? Inside is 2. Inside the men
人
and person still. The heck? I'm being held back by Legolas. That's not what you typically hear when you're learning Chinese, right? I got held back by Legolas. Okay. So let me see how this forecast works. So it's still Thursday, so I have 12 review for tomorrow. Yeah. Ooh, we're seeing words. Oh, these are characters still. Okay, so characters are still the Hanzi characters. We still got words, yeah, the compound words. Oh, so that's why they reserved another color. Okay, so now there's another layer. Okay. So this is still the whole kanji leading to vocabulary words. Words and kanji are separate. Hanzi and words are separate, and then the components that make up the characters happens to be also characters that make up the words. Like the characters are potentially words themselves as well. Okay. So we still have that. All right, let's see. Let's do our little quick diagram of our new stuff, right? That was from yesterday. Okay, so and then we're gonna switch over to Duolingo for some time for Japanese today. So we have auditorium, auditorium, Zelda, basement, heckin' Legolas, Dracula, and Chucky. All right. And then we're big, mountain, and then child. So, 字, right? 字, I mean, 字, right? 字. Yeah, 字. Actually, we should use numbers. No. I'm gonna use this representation. 字, 大, 出, right? And so, in order to get 字, we have Zelda is in the basement, is locked in the basement of a house is this. to get to. Then to get da, we have Dracula is in the bathroom. Dracula, bathroom. Zone 4, bathroom. This is house. And oh, and this was Zelda locked in the basement as a child, right? Or not a child anymore now. Very dark. Then Dracula in the bathroom having bathroom of the auditorium. Discovered a big. Oh, I totally missed the. For the house. And you have the child as a child, but she is not a child anymore, right? And Dracula finding a big blood stain on his tuxedo. And we have Chucky. Chucky is outside. So the house. The house with 2 mountains. 2 mountains. Waiting for people to exit. To pounce and unalive them. Yes. Those are our mnemonics for our new lessons for today. Yep. Legolas was L. So Legolas was on the roof. Oops. On the roof. Oops. 5. On the roof. The roof was on the roof. Of the electricity plant. Electricity plant. Yes, you could use power plant, but power plant starts with a P. Where he an armless child. This one gets a little dark too. This armless child. So, armless child. Scuffed his boots and he pushed the child off the roof, where the child lands on a soft patch. And people were shocked that he did that. And the did is the la. That one was very out of character, but it also got very dark too. I'm starting to sense a theme here where a lot of the mnemonics is very dark. And that's what you get la from. That's the one that I messed up. Okay. Well, there you have it. Short and simple. Usually the HanziHero one takes a little bit to ramp up, but I think overall this one is, so we get 10 lessons every day, right? The reason why it feels like WaniKani is longer is because you can click on advance and then you can keep on increasing the lessons. So right now we might consider possibly This one is fun mnemonics. Yeah, so it's because I feel like it is building construction, like the construction and the mnemonics are longer and more elaborate and whatnot, and that's what Kevin said. Like, so Kevin said one of the things that they want to do differently is to build even more elaborate mnemonics, right? As opposed to so this is where this comes in with the whole like Duolingo versus a graded reader, right? Duolingo versus graded reader, comprehensible input, that type of thing. So now you're seeing that because they're forcing, or quote, Kevin is going out of his way to create mnemonics that connects all of the things into one. You have to become more creative and more elaborate. And the more elaborate it is, and you are introduced to the components, you yourself can become a creator of those components, right? So in a way, this is also inspiring one to look at mnemonics as components, and those mnemonics can help go a long way to inspiring people to develop their own mnemonics. In terms of the way WaniKani presents how mnemonics work, they're one-to-one. So it's kind of like Duolingo in the sense of if the sentences are too simplistic, it's difficult to be creative in order to learn grammar, right? That kind of thing. So WaniKani is still on, while at the same time it's very compartmentalized, it's organized. This one can be, we'll see where it goes, but ultimately they're setting up so that the pinyin system that they have set up for this, like these things, it has an upper limit. You'll finish the pinyin all to cover most of the pinyin components at some point, and then all of this will become a factory to build all your components and your characters and your words with, which it's excellent exercise. It's an excellent mental exercise. Now, you can still do this with WaniKani. You can still do this with Japanese characters. So these are two slightly, like, it's a divergent design cue. And it goes without saying that without a doubt, because of the availability of the licensing or something of WaniKani, lots of the stuff that you're seeing is built upon WaniKani and physics and the available things. These guys are relatively newer to the line. The updates and the community board goes back a little over 2 years. Meanwhile, like WaniKani and Tofugu even goes back more than 10 years, like more than 15 years probably. Oh no, more than almost 15 years now. So you have the streamline, experience versus, with many years of experience, versus the new kid on the block trying to do more and iterate on things, which is great because that's kind of the balance between the two stages, right? By the way, all this is customizable, so you can tell the SRS how many lessons you want to actually do, up to 40. They actually put an upper limit, much like WaniKani, but WaniKani is a little bit more vigorous about its limitations. This is set to 10 lessons a day. However, if you're a long time subscriber, which I have a lifetime license to this, by the way, you can set 40, and once it reaches a certain level, it goes back down to 20 lessons a day. And then the review is a different stack. So the review is a different stack. And they also have other customizations, like you can skip things, you can focus things. And that's kind of the idea of a newer developer. They're taking a lot of ideas and they're constantly editing and adding new features until they refine their thing. So WaniKani, I would have thought by now, over these 14 years, they probably have answered this question and they decided not to implement certain things due to their experience, right? So some functionality might come and go in this development process, but it definitely shows what are other things that a newer developer would want to test out. So Originally they actually test out a different algorithm, by the way, but for all intents and purposes, what's under the hood is probably a modified SM2 or a modified Anki SRS. So if you're using HanziHero and WaniKani, they're outside of the mnemonics, as in the developers created stuff. Your experience in terms of the mechanical SRS is probably going to be very similar to Anki, which I've expressed my sentiments about already. I like experiencing things. I spend my time experiencing other people's products. If I were doing and experiencing myself, then I myself would customize the product. So for now, this is the closest thing to the Anki experience that I can give as a rebuttal to people who constantly ask, oh, do I use Anki? It's like, no, I don't use Anki, but I do use Anki, right? The same, but different, right? This is Anki. It's built on the Anki SRS system. And then that's where Anki stops. Anki stops at that. And then when you select your deck, you're talking about understanding the person and the product. Well, for me, I think someone who is going to bet their credibility in their life on a product that is like at this level, I like to see where it goes. I also appreciate that both WaniKani and HanziHero, again, I want to reiterate this. This came up again about the streaming thing, streaming content and creating content. Both of these products echo the Creative Commons Zero universal license. It's a big deal to me. It's a really big deal to me. Not when it comes to content creation, I read the terms of service or whatever is available publicly. And if I have some general concerns, I would actually try to reach out to the developers. In this case, stating that Creative Commons Zero universal would state that you have permission without explicit permission. That is something that came up earlier when someone said about streaming, like potentially streaming other things like Boon Pro. And in Chinese case, I would think a really great one is Pleco. Pleco is the Boon Pro kind of overlapping source. Pleco to Chinese as Boon Pro is to Japanese. And I would totally be open if the peeps just approach me and say like, oh yeah, you know what, that's perfectly fine, you can iterate, commentate, and use it. I don't think that's the case for those two, especially when they don't explicitly even show it on their terms of service. Like, they're kind of nebulous. Whenever I see, in my opinion, a terms of service that's very trite and very general, like, oh, all copyright infringements and intellectual properties are the generalized type of terms of service you expect. I'm like, what is it? Because I need to see it. I need to see the explicit details of the terms of service. When I'm playing video games and consuming subscriptions, that's perfectly fine. Like, it's not like I'm gonna go any, like, I can't do anything without these things. So like Google, I accept your terms of service, that kind of thing. In this case though, I get to make a decision, right? I get to make a decision. Not that these are laws. I have to re-emphasize, at least from my lack of professional ability, like law, I'm not a lawyer. However, the legalese would suggest that it's still subjected to change, because that type of Creative Commons is a pledge. It's a statement of purpose, not a potentially legal binding thing. So terms of service can change over time. Although I don't expect WaniKani to change their stance, being that they've been around for more than a decade, and that might have been even added later, because I can't imagine how many emails they would have saying, hey, I love your product, can I stream it? I love your product, can I review it? Like, it doesn't matter, like, can I buy and review this product? And they probably got a lot of those questions, and having a Creative Commons statement that alleviates a lot of specific explicit permissions that you have. And Zero Universal is the most loose of all of them. It's a statement that this is for the betterment. To me, how I read it is these guys put education first. If they make money along the way, that's awesome because it sustains their way to reach out to people. But their product, you can if you can construct something like this, you can code and stuff, you can iterate on this in any way you want. Like short of like, stealing their source code, that's a different story. That's theft. But if you can recreate this in your own way with your own source code and whatnot, feel free. Right. So there's no limitations, there's no attributions or fear of copyright infringement. Again, TOS is subject to change, but for the time being, the language that they use for their terms of service represents a lot like WaniKani. So that's where I glean that it's no coincidence that there are parallels between WaniKani and this, because WaniKani gives no limits as well. So when people go around and say, well, this product is exactly like WaniKani, it's a cookie cutter thing. It's like, well, have you ever considered the idea that the company or the owner or the IP doesn't go and attack people who take inspiration from them and then produce the same thing? If you know what I mean. So it goes two ways. There are more than, it's not even two ways, but there are way more ways to look at this. When a product becomes popular and everyone's imitating it, how is that allowed, right? Well, it's very efficacious probably, or it's very useful in some way, that's why it's popular. But at the same time, how are so many people making similar things? Well, it's probably not trademarked or copyright aggressively, nor did the original people who popularized it, pursue copyright infringement. Nintendo. So, sorry, I had a bad. I'm starting to develop a cold. So that's kind of the thought behind it. And when people, in my opinion, when entitled consumers get to the idea like diminishing the value of a parental IP, largely because there are other examples of this parental IP, I think that's doing a disservice a lot of times for the originators, the ones that create standardization. I know it's like it can be very dull or kind of mundane or boring when you see a product go like viral and it sets a new standard, but Duolingo is one that did set a standard. So whenever people review other things following like Duolingo and Babbel and whatnot, you hear these like cheapened remarks in reviews like, oh, it's just another cookie cutter program. It's like every other cookie cutter program. It's like, oh, okay. I kind of want to know which one was the original cookie. Actually, or the original cutter. But you know what I mean. And in this case, same but different, right? Same but different. And it's more like same but different, and then sometimes same. And that's what makes this opportunity really cool. I'm gonna go on a limb here and just or gonna tease ahead. In 2026, I am unlikely going to look for a Spanish WaniKani, because I actually have a different perspective on Spanish. I actually think with the language learning abilities and mnemonic constructions that you bring to Duolingo, I actually think Duolingo Spanish is perfectly sufficient to reach an intermediary level in which you can immerse yourself. So no Spanish WaniKani, because I actually think Duolingo is able to get you to a stage in which then you'll be consuming products and be reinforced that way. This, for me, is largely due to the nature of reading. So like the character development. Spanish, we do not have that as English speakers who use Roman characters, right? Not as big of an incentive. Although, obviously, I'm saying likely the case. I could be convinced if there was a Spanish version of this, because I would love to see how Spanish mnemonics work. Like if there's someone out there, if you really, really love Spanish and you want to tell a full-fledged story through like this component mnemonic system to teach like conjugation and stuff, I'm all for it. Other than that, I really actually earnestly do believe that Duolingo is excellent in terms of, without even touching it actually, at the moment. I think Duolingo is sufficient and probably well above average to achieve the Spanish progress. Reminding me I need to check how my progress is with the graded readers. Yeah. Occasionally from time to time I go back to graded readers to check. But that's kind of the idea. I want to emphasize that the reason why I invested in HanziHero and WaniKani is that these are the things that I do to reinforce, to practice when I want something unnatural, as in these are spot checkers. WaniKani and HanziHero are spot checkers for a lifetime. Spot checkers is a very contextually not as friendly way of going about reviewing. However, because of mnemonics and stuff, I'm getting something else in return. I'm getting the developers' interest in return. That's far more than what I would engage with if I used Anki. Anki would be a way to perpetuate my own brainstorming, which I will do in the future when I'm immersing. But when you're learning in this type of way, you're immersing in the design of someone else's thing and then trying to bring it into your own way of studying. I think thinking that you can only study a certain way and looking for a product that way is something I do not resonate with. I don't like the idea when I go into something and I'm thinking, I'm going to learn something. It's like, well, if I'm going to learn something, I'm going to learn whatever it is that other people are doing. Because learning itself is an active process on its own. So when I go to school, I don't complain. It can be a good thing. Like I said to Jiao, when you do complaints, my goal is to turn that complaint into a demonstrative thing where you can be proactive about it. So when I go to school, I could hate school originally. I probably did hate school originally because of other reasons, but I make do. And that is kind of the problem solving that I think of when I'm taking the opportunity of doing this. What do I like more than learning a language? Solving problems. So what can problems be? In the form of challenges. So Duolingo is inefficient in many ways. I got to find ways to sufficiently augment that while understanding the perspective of Duolingo's design. It's not to say that I can evaluate its quality or, objectively or subjectively. It's that it's a challenge. It's a thing that I can practice because my favorite thing to do is problem solving. Right. New graded reader spelled out in kata, not hira. I didn't register what it was saying. Yeah. Ooh, animal things? Yeah. I seen kitsune represented in both too. And I'm like, oh, well. Earlier on, I think, what was it? I'm pretty sure it was Lotus who told me about, like, there is sort of a loose rule of animals that are indigenous to Japan and animals that are not, and they can be named based on using kata or hira. But that kind of falls by the wayside when we look at all the exceptions. So a lot of times from the edgy modernization, usually it's typeset. So when you see like manga books, different books and stories, it deals with typeset. So what looks nice a lot of times, especially manga, like people like to read manga. So manga deals with stylistic typesets. So if the katakana just looks like, yeah, or we'll switch to hiragana. Or sometimes it'd be like, you know what, we'll use this rare kanji, or and maybe we'll use kanji because it fits better or it looks better, that kind of thing. So that's more of an edgy, topical, contemporary take on it. So if you're immersing and you're picking up like media and stuff, it's like, wait a minute, why did they write it in this? And why did they write in this? It can be typeset. If I could get my hands on a manga that's not just translated, I would be happy. Oh, interesting. A non-translated manga. You can probably find them, right? Anyways, we gotta switch to Duolingo Japanese. So we're gonna iron out 2 hours. Yeah, we're gonna try 2 hours. Okay, so that's a wrap for HanziHero. I'll be back with HanziHero tomorrow. You're gonna watch this later? Yes, right? Until next time, I don't think we're gonna find a lot of HanziHero enthusiasts because this one does not show up in a lot of lists. When I was perusing and doing my research, it's very, very low impact factor. So I'm happy to be able to use this and do this in a way, in the context of something relevant, like that have a higher impact factor, like WaniKani. For the record, WaniKani does not have a high impact factor as well. Like impact factor is what I adopted from. I forgot about this term until I started talking about science again because of Jiao and university life. In science, there's this thing called impact factor. It evaluates it's a combination of a lot of metrics, but usually what it tries to measure is how much exposure does a piece of publication have. And journals are evaluated based on the impact factor. So when you manage to land and publish in specific journals, the prestigiousness and reach of that journal is measured by its impact factor. And then that impact factor then trickles down to the paper's impact factor. So in this case, neither of these, both WaniKani and HanziHero, are exceptionally having high impact factor. They don't even break into the top 10 in any language in general. And you might be wondering, so who are in the top 10? Most language learning apps that have more than one language. Yeah, these are specialized. So specialized apps can end up on other lists, like Chinese and Japanese specific lists. In that case, WaniKani and HanziHero still don't usually end up on those lists. So these two are fairly low impact factor. In fact, when it comes to Duolingo's exposure, Duolingo is nearly like on an entire, like 10 times order of magnitude higher in impact factor. So we have to keep that in mind. Not a lot of people will probably share some enthusiasm. However, it means the world then to raise interest in these things. And I actually like that these products exist. I'm surprised that, or maybe not so, it's early days still. I have yet to encounter an Anki user who says, why would you pay for this when you can do it all in Anki? I have not gotten that yet, that comment, but I'm kind of sort of expecting it at some point. And obviously I've already built my routine in explaining what I'm paying for. I'm not paying for the Anki SRS, but although one could argue that's what you're paying for when you're using HanziHero and WaniKani, I don't pay for the unadulterated mechanical inhuman parts. I pay humans because humans made these things possible. It would be interesting to hear what the devs of Anki have to say about that, because Anki probably has the same clause. So it's like, hey, we love making educational things, we have a lot of things, and users can make the deck, and hey, if you want to use our algorithm and stuff, you can implement it. And that's why, in my opinion, why HanziHero's developer was able to implement the current algorithm, SRS algorithm from Anki when people asked, and they just implemented it. So as far as I know, maybe with a slight modification here, HanziHero operates with the Anki SRS. So if I'm feeling creative, I'll use Anki. But right now, I'm not feeling particularly creative. I feel more like I want to see other people's creativity and build upon that. In a way, I'm being creative in a different sense, but not in the sense that I want to make my own decks yet. Or download someone very impersonal, right? At least in my opinion. All right. So until next time, 下次见, right? And I'm gonna get up, walk around a little bit, stretch for the second time. I'll be back to try to do some Duolingo practice because I am kind of behind, but I'm doing a lot in the background. So, thank you. All right, folks, welcome back. It has been a while. It is day 304 with Duolingo Japanese. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は104日目です。Right. We are still in the review process. Although now what I have been doing is we figured out, or I tentatively yesterday figured out how many days I have left. I've given myself within the next 9 days, which I will have probably prep for 2 or 3 days more for Japanese in my spare time in the evening, or I guess in the morning hours, to prepare for my 3-day 3-part review so that we can continue moving on with the Japanese course. And then within that time, I also have the Chinese review. We'll probably take over the Japanese portion for the time being for that review for another 3-day process. So I have 9 days to prep for staggering both of them. And in those days, I'll be also prepping for whatever is missing. So lots of background prepping. The large reason for that is when I'm streaming, when I'm speaking, and I'm juggling all these other things, it dramatically it serves a different dramatic different purpose that slows down the task at hand. So I'm being a little bit more vigilant because time is getting a little bit crunched now, where I like to set certain things that I've already set in motion, right? Obviously, this is to keep myself honest and disciplined, and largely, since this is voluntary, I can choose to split it up further or extend the time, delay things. There's no strict obligation. Generally speaking, though, I try to hit 100%, right? Always aiming for that 100%. Usually, realistically, getting like the 80%, 80 to 90%. And ultimately trying to keep myself from falling below 70%, that kind of thing. The idea is I aim high, get a realistic outcome, and remind myself to do my due diligence to not fall below a threshold. This guided reader is definitely at least giving you new vocab. Interesting. What is the vocab for vase? Huh. Interesting. Alright, so to start off, we're going to do a recall. And this is going to be a recall of the last kind of units that we did. Probably with the aid of looking at this a little bit, because we're really separated here. So the 3-part review session is going to be, we're going to try to cover 14 constructs for the first 2 days. That's 28. And then it'll leave 6 constructs in the last day, and then we'll make commentary and sum up some of the major changes or major developments and questions and future things as we go along here. I think we were around, or I had this high ambition of trying to complete all these gold boxing, all these things, but that didn't really happen. It's very, very too high of a volume. So it looks like I checked out mail. I didn't check out past tense, but this is largely past tense, so it's 1 grammar unit. I don't think I did travel or health. So, actually, did I do health? It looks like I did some health. Okay, we'll go up to travel and classes. So, unit 69 and unit 70. Let's see if we can get our context here. Oh, Tsubo. Interesting, man. I almost had it right. I was spelling it as Tsuba, which is the sword part. Ah. Oh, the Tsu. Yeah, the overlap with the Tsu. The kanji Tsu. Okay. So what do we have? So we have class. So that deals with borrowing. No. Let's do health. So health dealt with the body parts, right? We have body parts and like ailments and then related vocabulary. So do unit 70. Let's the construct I had was I went from top to bottom. So the first one would be atama. Right, atama. Oh, this is a little too high. My neck is kind of like stretching upward. There we go. Atama. And then I guess we go to hair. Ami. Uh Not sure about this. It was this. Probably that. And then the strands. What is on the bottom? No, wait. Okay, I would have to check. I mean, probably something like this. Where is it? Here somewhere. Oh, yep, it is. Wow, this character is really dense. And then we have eyes, right? Or the face. Cowl. What went in here? Still, it's like 3 lines. It's 3. Check that too. Is it 3 or 2? Is cowl on here? It's 3. And now you know the word for laughing. But I must. Yep. I even see the laughing kanji. So this is. Wait, I have to check. Is this correct? Where is it? So face, eyes, meh. Meh. Mimi. nose. Hana. Hana. Hana is thick. I think it's 2, or is it 3? 2, 3, and then the box. Like this. Unknown here. Unknown. Oh, there it is. It's 3, not 2. Okay. Lips or mouth or chi. Chi. Yeah. Chi and ya. No, not ya. That's Chinese. Ah. Ah. Same character though. Or related. And we have body. Harada. Harada. Se. Okay. Wrong characters. Se is I think. Where's se? There's okay. Se. Senaka for back. Se is height. And te. And ashi. Foot, leg. So these are the stuff, and I think we had glasses. Megane. Megane. Which is me with glass-ish, like seeing glass of character of glass with a metal or like a glass seeing metal material. So megane. At least I think this is it. Where's where is it here? Is it on here? It's on here. Oh. Wait, no, that's right. Yes. Then we have expressions of like health, right? Health stuff. So expressions of health stuff. Kaze. Kaze. Or cold. And cold, you can catch a cold. So hiku. Or hiku. Yeah, hiku. Okay. Itai. Right. It hurts. Ugh. You know, I was gonna regret it. It's too short. Itai. Itai, there's also byoki. Byoki. sick. Yoki. Same character. Byoki. Then we have fat and skinny. Like to slim up, to pudgy up, hung up. Skinny is yasu. Wait, yaseru. Yaseru. Yes. Oh, I realized that the last couple of days, I think it was day 32, 302 and 301 or something, I wrote sa backwards in katakana. So I was writing sa like this way, but it's backwards. Sa is this way. So I noticed that when I was looking back. I flipped these. That's fine though. That's why you review, you know? This is get fat is futoru. No, futaru? No, futoru. Futoru. The heck? We have suri or isha. Yeah. Isha would be isha and kusuri. Suri and undo. Actually, no. Undo. And then kusuri is related to tunnel. There we go. Let's see if we covered everything. So, kaze, atama, karada, suri, isha. Oh, I think no, I didn't. Yeah, we're fine. Ana, kami, this is ha. And then haisha actually is a little bit later. Haisha. Oh, this isn't kami. This is kao. Then kami. Megane. Mimi. Se. Yoki. He. Undo. Oh, this is senaka. And futo. Alright. Let's do unit 69. Which is class, but it's largely about giving and taking and learn. No, actually, it's kind of a mixed bag. Lots of lots of predicates and synonyms, sort of synonyms. So we have toru for take. Or give. Take or give or pass. And then yaru for also give or take or pass. Or like transfer or something. And then we had something like, oh, it's not listed here. There's another word for transferring or exchange. I don't remember. So let's go to the next one. I remember there's something here. There's kasu. Kasu. That's kind of awful. A little disproportionate. So kasu for lend. We have kariru. Kariru to borrow. And I was reviewing my stuff and I've written this incorrectly too for quite some time. So kaisu, return, kaisu. Niru, there's niru. That doesn't seem right. It's this. Niru. That is to resemble. There's also narabu, to line up. Narabu. There's also yameru, quit or stop. Yameru. And then lots of other predicates that you would do in a classroom setting. So, or like related to class. Let's go over some of them. We have kau. Kau like by kami. Kami. Maybe henpitsu. Yeah. Is there a stroke above? I don't think there's a stroke above. And pizza. I see aruku there, so we put in aruku. Aruku and hashiru. Hashiru. Is that skuru? Oh, there's also oh, it's not skuru. It's bun Sakabun. No. Sokubun. Sokubun. Sakubun. I don't remember. Sakubun sounds right. Yes. Sakubun. Sakubun. Sakubun, and the companion was Bun something. Is it? Is it there? Yes, it is. So it's Bun. An essay. Bunkyoku. No, it's not Bunkyoku. Bun something. I don't remember what that say. I'm pretty sure it's essay. Bunjo. Wait. Oh, Bunjo. Nope. I was not even close. Bunjo. And I saw also Zachi. I see Zachi. Zachi. Okay. I have Kaku. Kaku and other Kaku. Oops. Nice. Oh wait. Just kidding. Things associated with these things. We could do tegami. Tegami, so rendaku. Right, rendaku. Tegami. And So what the heck is this? What did I think this is? Su. It's like to send or dispatch. Maybe transfer. am I thinking of? Exchange? No. Is it still Len? There were a lot of sort of synonyms. It's not. Maybe give can prop it up. No. Yeah, I don't know what this character is. Nothing to go off. No. Oh, wait, I found it. To hand over, to hand in, to pass, to give, to transfer. Oh, watasu. What is watasu? Okay. So let's look at this. There's Toru Bun. So we had Sakubun and Buncho. Buncho. Right. Buncho. Sakubun. Zashi. Yeah, I got this character. I wrote this character incorrectly before. A couple times. This is Kaisu. This is Kariru. Kariru. Asu. Kaku, Ayuku, and Kao. Alright. It's not too bad. Let's do some of these exercises, right? Oh, gotta keep my stamina up here. I've been staying up quite late to do my reviews and whatnot. I'm still a little bit behind. Okay.
Hana.
Hana. Yep, we're fine.
Hana.
Look at this tall character.
Hana. Hana.
Hana. Hana.
Hana. Hana.
Oops.
Hana. Hana.
Hana. Hana.
Hana. Hana.
There is a difference between hanas. So, like hana, 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 and hana. Those two are actually different. It's kind of hard to know, because of different voices. Because between flower and nose. Also, kami and kami, right? Kami upstairs, kami and kami, and then kami. Kami, right? Kami, kami, and kami. There's got like a neutral kami, kami, and kami. I don't know about Kao though.
Kao.
Oh.
Kao. Kao.
Kao. 顔
顔 顔
顔
Wait, did I mess this one up? No, I
顔
don't think I did.
顔 顔
Bum bum. Ha. Right.
はは
Ha. Ha. Ha.
はは
は は
I'm a little impartial to the
Ha.
Chinese. Ya.
は
Ya.
は
As opposed to ha. Ya.
Ha.
Or a little partial.
Ha.
Yeah, a little partial. I might have said impartial. I'm a little partial. The ya.
はは
Wait, it's after midnight already? Ah! Okay. Sorry.
紙紙
So that sounds like upstairs. Okay, so this part is fine. Like kami.
紙
Kami. Kami is what I think it is.
紙
紙紙
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 Okay, some of them, it's like most of them sounds like what I think
Kami.
it is.
紙
Which one is this person? This is the grandmother.
紙
Is it Lucy?
紙
Vikram's fine. Zara is okay too. Okay. Like sorta. Kami.
紙
That's not.
は
口
Chi.
紙 は
Yeah. Ha. Whoops. Ha.
頭 手
手
は何
Whoops.
は手
手
は紙 頭 そ
紙
Soku. Or ashi.
か
紙手
Te.
体
Karada.
は
は
顔
Ao. Okay.
体
Karada.
顔
Ao.
は
あ
紙
Kami.
そ
Or ashi. Hey. Bum bum.
花
花
花花
花
Oh no. Wait, I've got to mention this.
花
Blair, have you had
花
the new like I'm gonna say like a viral thing?
花
Zebra popcorn? And zebra popcorn is
花
fantastic.
花
It's like not a technically a new thing, but at the same time, it's kind of
花
repopularized again, I suppose.
花
Zebra
Hana.
popcorn. Delicious. Or like a bag of them from like a local distributor. Ha 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 ha.
Ha.
Ha. Ha.
Ha. Ha.
Ha. Ha.
Ha.
Okay.
Ha.
So no surprises here.
Ha.
Ha. Ha.
Okay.
Kao. Kao. Kao.
顔顔
Kao.
oops.
Kao.
顔顔
Kao. Kao.
Okay. And it's just moving on its own. Kind of nice. Still in place.
紙
Kami.
Oh, I think I missed a stroke on Kami. I'm pretty sure I wrote 3 strokes, not 4.
紙
Yeah, I missed a stroke. Pretty sure.
紙
Kami. Kami.
紙紙
Kami.
Why are you so
Kami.
stacked? Oops.
紙紙
Oops.
Kami. Kami.
Bum.
Ha.
はは
Ha. Ha.
はは
Ha.
は
Ha.
はは
Ha. Ha.
Bum. Mimi.
耳耳
Mimi. Mimi.
耳耳
Mimi. Mimi.
耳耳
Mimi. Mimi.
耳
메가네.
Megane.
메가네. 메가네.
Megane.
メガネメガネ
I was a little worried about this character on the right
メガネ
for a little bit, but it looks like it's fine.
Megane.
メガネ
I thought I might have been adding this stroke here, right here.
Megane.
Looks okay.
Megane. Megane.
メガネメガネメガネ
Megane.
Oh, Mimi. Oh, Mimi.
はは
Oh,
顔
oh,
体
Karada,
背
Se,
耳
Mimi,
髪
Kami.
顔
髪。お。
顔
耳。
顔
お。
耳顔体足
足。足。
手
耳
顔鼻
鼻。
背
手。足。
耳
耳。
顔
歯
歯。
耳体
体。
顔
口。パンパン。
取る
取る。
耳
耳。Okay. I buy that.
と取る
耳耳
孫。
孫走る見る取る耳取る取る耳
ね。Oh no, what is it? So, 暇。
暇
Dang it. 暇。Dang it. Okay.
曇り
It's so hard to see what was scrunched up on the bottom. かす。
かす取る取る舞耳走る
走る。
来る
来る。
見る。
髪
髪。
髪
髪髪
髪
髪髪
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 髪
髪
パンパン。耳。
耳
耳耳
耳
耳耳
耳耳
パンパン。
は
は
は
はは
は
は
Oops.
は
Thank you.
ははメガ
メガネ。
メガネメガネ
メガネ
メガネ
メガネメガネ
メガネメガネメガネ
え
メガネは
花
花花
Okay, so the bottom part is
Hana.
way bigger. Or way girthier.
花
Oops.
花
Oops.
花
花
花
花花
花
花
Okay. Um,
紙
紙
紙紙
紙
紙
紙紙
紙
whoops.
紙
紙紙
紙
紙
耳
耳耳
耳
耳
Whoops.
耳
耳
耳
目が
Megane.
メガネメガネ
メガネ
Alright.
メ
眼鏡眼鏡
メガネ
ガネメガネメガネメガネ
Look at this. Hmm.
歯
はは
歯
は
は
は
歯
はは
歯
は
Okay. Past 15 minutes. Hmm. Okay.
耳
耳耳
耳
耳
Whoops.
耳耳
耳
耳
Give me those pips. Undo.
再来週
Oops.
何日間
Oh no. Oh, jitenshu. Untenshu.
運転手
I wasn't reading properly. Undenshu.
運転手
Oh. Intriguing. Oops.
運転手
I knew that.
運転手
運転手運転手
運転手
運転手運転手運転手
運転手
I think I don't write the bottom
運
stroke
転手
before pulling through.
運
Yeah,
転
the,
手
the last two
運転手
there. I might have mixed the order up.
紙
紙紙
紙
紙、
紙紙
紙、
紙、
紙紙
Whoops.
紙、
紙、
Okay. Megane.
メガネメガネ
メガネ、
メガネ
メガネ、メガネ、
メガネ、
メガネメガネメガネ
Okay.
は、
は
は、
は、
はは
は、
は、
Oh, I'm already feeling fatigue.
は
は、
は、
Okay. Into.
運転手、
運転手、
運転手運転手運転手
運転手、
運転手
運転手、運転手、
運転手、
運転手運転手運転手
Bam, bam.
耳、
Give me satisfaction.
耳耳
耳、
耳、
耳耳
耳、
耳、
I need those golden blocks. Gosh darn it. Okay.
紙、
紙
Oops.
紙
紙、
紙、
Maybe I should legendary all the whoops. All the Chinese
紙
as a review.
紙
紙、
Whoops.
紙、
紙紙
紙、
紙、
Okay. Give me them pips.
メガ、
メガネメガネ
メガネ、
メガネ
メガネ、メガネ、
メガネ、
メガネメガネメガネ
Okay.
天気
Inky.
Kibun.
Kibun. Bun. Enki.
天気
Enki.
両親
Yoshin.
気分1分
5日
5日
気分
天気
天気気分
今月
気分天気
6日6日 no 6日
6日
this is oh no 20分
20
nice
運
転手
運転手
運転手
運転手運転手
運転手
oops
運転手運転手運転手
運転手
oops
運転手
運転手運転手
why so many exercises
運転手
what is this
運転手
運転手運転手運転手
運転手
運転手
運転手運転手
運転手
運転手運転手運転手
5匹動物5匹
5匹
動物
1
1匹
5
5
匹
匹
動物8
8
匹
匹場所
場所
5匹
5匹
5
動物
5匹
5匹
動物
5
5匹8匹
8匹 oops
2
2
匹
匹
場所
場所
動物
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 10
10
匹
匹
5
5
匹
匹
3
3
匹
匹
子猫
子猫
5どう
oops
5匹
5匹
3匹
3匹
木
木
々動物
々動物
1
1匹interesting
運
運転手
運転手
運転手運転手
運転手
come on oops
運転手運転手運転手
運転手
運転手運転手
Getting close. Kimochi.
気持ち
Kimochi. Disease. Oh.
病気
Yoki.
天気
Kibun.
気分
Oops.
気分病気
Yoki.
気持ち
Ninki.
量
Yoki.
気持ち
き、も、
ち、
ち、病気、
電気気持ち病気人気気分
These are some good combinations.
病院
病気
病
病院
一
一
切
切
病気
高校
高校病院電気
気
量非
病気病気
病院
病院
病、
院
院、病気、
病院弁当病気9
9
人
人
人
気 Alright. Nice. 背中
背中山背街中犬
せ
背中
せ
背
背中、
背弟牛
牛wrong read 牛牛
背中
街中背広背
背広
背中 I was supposed to click on 背中 there
来週
来週
街中背広午前
午前 Oops
背
背中
背広、
背広
背中、
田中背中背広山田何枚
パンパンはいね運動
運動
メガネ運動
運動財布
荷物
荷物メガネ漫画メガネ運動メガネ
メガネ
財布台所運動メガネ
manga,
運動運
manga, 運動、雑誌、荷物、
荷物、oops, 荷物 and
メガ
メガネ、
メガ
メガネ、音楽、
音楽、
運動、
運動、
定規、
競技、
問題、
Right? Oh, that was a good one. Kagami. Kagami.
鏡、
メガネ、
鏡、
Kagami.
鏡、
Makes sense. Megane.
メガネ、
Kagami.
鏡、鏡、メガネ、メガネ、
机。
机、鏡、
と。三着。
三着、メガネ、4年生、
4年生。
4つ、
4つ。
大雨、
大雨。大雨。
メガネ、
メガネ。
鏡、
鏡、
文、
文。Whoops. 文。
皿、
皿。
鏡、
鏡。
メガネ、
時計。
時計、メガネ、
メガネ。
メガ、お手洗い、
お手洗い。
メガネ、
メガネ。
鏡、
鏡。奥さん。
奥さん、鏡、
鏡。メガネ。鏡。This is みな。
みな、鏡、メガネ、道、
道。
3
3
歳、
歳。
メガネ
鏡、
鏡。
鏡、
メガネ、
もういいか。
6日、
いいか。
兄、メガネ、鏡、
紫。
紫、
OK。太る。太る耳。太る。
太る、
太る。
耳、太
太
る、
る。
かす、
かす。歌う。
歌う、鼻、
花。
太る、
太る。耳。
太る、
太る。
体、太る、
太る。
来る、
来る。Whoops。
来る、見る、耳、
耳
せ、歌う、返す、太る、耳、耳、太る、
太る。
口、
い
来る、
来る。走る。ナイス。電車。Oh, you. Oh, wait, that's train. Whoops. My bad. 自転車。
自動車
自動車。Oh no, not 自転車。自動車。I was thinking bicycle there.
電車動物運動動物園
運動運動
自動車。
自動
車
運動
自動車
運転手
運転手動物園電車運動自動車
Okay. Alright.
手
Oh,
運転手
運転運転手
運転手
Oh gosh, I got stuck on the last prompt. That happens. 動物
下手
下
運転手運動自転車
運
動
運転手
運転手運転
運転運動
運動
上手動物運動運転手
運転手I keep
自転車
運動 Alright. Thick. 太い。太る。太い。
健太
funny. 痛い。
痛い
寒い。No. 狭い。
狭い
太
太る
い。太る。
太
太い。太る。太る。
太い。
太い。太い。
太る
多い
多い。早い。
早い太い
太い。
健太太
太る。太る。We did it! Alright, let's go up here.
大阪
大阪。
返す
返す。
返
返す。大阪。
大阪
大阪。
返す
Oh, I see it. I see it. Okay.
返
返す来ます大
大
阪
阪。
大丈夫丈夫
大丈夫。
返す大阪
大阪。
丈夫大丈夫返す見ます大
大
阪
阪。
大阪。
Oops.
作ります
作ります。
返す
返す。
犬
犬。
大阪
大阪。
大
大丈夫。
返す。
Alright. We're fine, we're fine.
雑誌。
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 え
雑誌。
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 雑誌。雑誌。
雑誌。
雑誌。雑誌。雑誌。
えS
返す。
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 返す。返す。
えwhat was this? 作文 Oh, that's not essay. The other one was not essay. Or was it? Oh, I think I got them mixed up.
雑誌。
雑誌
作文。
作文 Yeah, I think I got them mixed up. What was the other one then? 文章漢字
作文。電話。
質問
宿題。
宿題宿題
雑
雑
誌。
誌
作文。
作文
作文。
That's the wrong one.
作文。
雑
雑誌。
室 right 教室
教室。
教室
三着。
留学
留学。
and
作
作文
雑誌。
雑誌
雑。作文。
小学
小学。切符。雑
雑
誌。
誌
英語。
英語
作文。
I keep clicking on
英語。
英語
地図。
地図
雑誌。
雑誌
作文。
作文
文章。
作文。作文。
I guess I'll find out here. I'll find out eventually.
雑誌。雑誌。
雑誌。
雑誌。
雑誌。雑誌。
雑誌。
雑誌。雑誌。雑誌。雑誌。雑誌。
雑誌。
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 Oh no.
雑誌
Come on, tablet. I think you can. I think my tablet can survive 2025, hopefully.
雑誌雑誌
The tablet's been with me for so long. Hey, Blair, have you had zebra popcorn lately? Dude, my father brought a bag of zebra popcorn. Delicious. Oh, you could totally take in too much sugar from that. 作ります。
作ります。
作ります and 作 yeah 作文
作文
No, you haven't heard that. That sounds good. Yeah, imagine what you can create on zebra on a popcorn. Like, what would zebra stripes on a popcorn be made of?
作ります。
And you probably guess why you could take in too much sugar from it.
作ります。
Pretty much.
作
It kind of writes itself. 作文
作文
Yeah, there's one that's very, very popular. And it's also in Costco. Oh yeah, it's the red one. Yeah, the zebra popcorn. I actually think there might only be one primary brand. Yeah, there's only one primary brand. Popcornopolis. That's the brand. It's gone like upside down viral, I guess. That one. I don't think this is a new thing, but it's certainly incredibly hyper popularized now by Popcornopolis. I don't know what the history is behind it, but yeah, it's everywhere. Yeah, probably wanted like it's actually okay. So I know for the sugar content, you can definitely check the sugar content, right? It is fairly high, but it's not as crazy as say like eating like a candy bar or something. And I would say I would make a contention for a candy bar. I would say this is a nice way to cut down on like really large objects, like when you're consuming like a whole Hershey's bar or like a candy bar kind of thing. I think this is a great substitute for it. It has like the sweetness is really nice because it counters with the popcorn. There's a slight saltiness, so it kind of elevates the sweet. It tastes way sweeter than it's a nice blend, and texture is quite nice. It's a great substitute for preventing yourself from eating like an entire candy bar. Although, you know, there's nothing stopping you from eating the whole bag. I usually like take out a small bowl and then pour a little in as a dessert kind of thing. It's quite nice. Very, very lovely. It tastes heavier than it is, which is nice because you kind of want to not overdo it. Lots of popcorn things lately. What was another one? Popcorn and pickles? Dude, popcorn and pickles. Or like freeze dried pickle chips. Oh man. Oh, those are trends that I think pretty nice. Yeah. So sweet and salty and with a dash of savory, right? Sweet, salty, savory. You can't go wrong. And texture. Excellent texture. I think that particular brand has excellent texture. It's like slightly crunchy but a little forgiving on the outside, and then when you like crush it together, it has like that. It feels a little soft and pillowy. You're briming your own pickles right now, dude. I gotta get more pickles. There's some very good pickles. Yeah, pickles and popcorn apparently is a thing. I haven't had one yet, so like I was thinking maybe pick up or pop your own popcorn, or pick up a bag of Skinny Pop or something, and then have like some pickle and popcorn on the side. That sounds delicious. That's kind of I guess a resurgent trend. Pickles and popcorn.
作ります。
作ります。
Excellent snack too. Obviously, also moderate your salt intake as well. Moderation.
作ります。作文。作文。
You just gotta leave it up to Costco, really. Costco always manages, tend to manage their SKUs. Like, they tend to do like this SKU compression, and most of the SKUs that they have, like item SKUs, are often constantly hyper attentive to what is in demand and what is trending, and they usually don't, Costco's business model is it's not to fail on SKUs. They don't have excess inventory and stuff. What were the Costco coconut egg the biscuit things you said your parents got? Oh yeah, oh my gosh, I inhaled those. Okay, there is a stipulation though. If you have like some kind of coconut problem, it could give you the runs. I have a slight coconut, but still, it's delicious. I don't even know what they're called. I think they're just called coconut crisps. Oh yeah, they're by Tropical Field, the one that is most that was available at Costco. It's they're crispy coconut organic or crispy coconut rolls, basically. They're by Tropical Fields. These things used to be a great. Yeah, I'm developing a slight coconut intolerance, but it's delightful. I think these coconut crisps are an excellent substitute for like nutritional value. Like if you need a snack that's a good texture with some sweetness and whatnot, coconut rolls, crispy coconut rolls is a great alternative. They are also not necessarily high in sugar content, most variances of it. What this reminds me of is there are stuff that you can get at a Chinese bakery. So oftentimes we would get something very similar from a Chinese bakery. Yeah, they sell the brand. Yeah, Amazon does sell all these brands. So Costco carries most of the stuff that Amazon would. It's like the other way around. Costco tends to look around whichever is carried, like whichever is like incredibly high efficient, like they turn over really quick. Costco usually rotate and make sure that the items that they have that are kept, they don't last very long. Right, they have like I forgot what that term is called, but Costco has one of the highest whatever this metric is. It's a metric on how their inventory turns over. So they tend to, like, whenever you think about if Costco is carrying it, that means there's high purchasing volume because they don't keep. So they don't like have backlogs or have to go through clearance or anything like that. I don't know if you know the model, but Costco is the way their business stay afloat is it has one of the most extraordinarily small number of rotating SKUs. Like SKUs as in like type of items. Their catalog is incredibly fast. It rotates. It's always like for example, it's so quick that the items sell before it gets restocked, kind of thing. Where like when they order the item, they're already on the way out. Like they're selling as fast as they're restocking. That's kind of the reason for Costco's success. The way a Costco does business with their vendors like the people who sell, like, oh, we'll carry your brand and stuff. It's very different from the Walmart, which Walmart has a different approach, and Walmart is also very successful right now. Like, these are easily the two competing, but they operate with very different models. So most of the time when Costco is holding an item, then you're probably gonna find like it's probably an incredibly high demand volume item. It's kind of neat. And my parents like going every weekend, and then occasionally when there's a new rotating item, right, an item gets rotated in, then that's how I'm like, oh, that's kind of neat. My parents, that's like their adventure for the day. They go to Costco and see what's new. It happens like every 2 or 3 weeks, and they're like, oh yeah, here's a new item. It's like, oh, this item is it's rarely below a 4, like out of 5 for me. So it kind of speaks volumes to Costco's like management and how they're it's a different from like a department store, you know what I mean? Like Walmart is like, oh, who would you walk through a Walmart and you're like, who would ever buy these kind of thing? Yeah, they're always selling hot items. I don't know how they're doing it. Maybe because their model is so efficient so quickly that most vendors go to them. Like, so like the vendors that know that they have hot items, they would do business with Costco. Walmart vets theirs too. Walmart does vet their business partners, but they go by in a different way, like how they contract and stuff. I was watching like an essay on the most popular like dominant mega stores still available, and a lot of them tend to draw a contrast to Costco's model. And it was a very enlightening lens into it. It's kind of one of those things like, man, I should have invested in Costco a long time ago. Like, invest in Costco pre-COVID. Or Walmart. Walmart is on the up and up too. So those two are like at the top right now. Look, the other day I was trying to find powdered almond milk. Walmart doesn't carry that. Oh, I see. Powdered almond milk. What do you use that for? Baking? Are you using that for baking or something? Let's see. What is this? Key. Oh, no. Key? What the heck is this? Oh, this is Jisho.
辞書
Jisho.
読みます
入ります。
入ります
We got this from WaniKani too now. 入る。
作ります
作文。
作文
Banana smoothies uses almond milk. Ah, you really like smoothie? Kids are lactose intolerant, so it's husband. Ah, okay. Early lactose intolerant. Yeah. That means time to hit the lactose intolerant stuff. Yeah. I only use whole milk for baking and cooking. Yeah, the cooking process really does well on denaturing the lactose. So when you have like strong fermentation or strong processing, you know, like if you have processed cooking and heating, that usually is pretty agreeable.
作文
It's interesting that looks like your kiddos got the intolerance from your husband. My intolerance was developed over time because I'm getting older, right? When you get older, your tolerances go down for certain things, especially lactose.
作文
Sakubun.
作文
It's very noticeable when the kids transition into adulthood, right? As they, especially through adolescence. But then when you get older, you got all sorts of interesting allergies to look forward to. Or little quips and allergies. You think you're generally developing an intolerance, but I prefer white cheeses anyway. That's fair.
作文
Yeah, getting older, that's the kind of stuff you get to look forward to, you know? You get to look forward to picky eating.
作文
Sakubun. In a way, you might be thinking, some people might be thinking, oh, but then you don't get to eat the stuff that you always wanted to eat. But then you get to try. You're kind of forced to try new things, and that in itself has a blessing in disguise, you know, right? Because your taste, and your refinement of your taste ends up changing, quite a bit over the course of your life. So, while you don't necessarily consume the things of old, right, like nostalgia and whatnot, you the refinement of your taste also leads you to experiment with other types of enjoyment. So, where one door closes, another door opens, so to speak. Open.
作ります
Mas.
2時半
Jihan.
10分
Yuppun.
2回
Hey. What time is it?
作ります
Kurimas.
作ります
I like bitter things now. Like, as I have grown older, I tend to consume a lot of bitter things, like highly antioxidant kind of things that has quite a bit of bitterness. Like I inhale spinach, quite a bit. Spinach anything. Just throw spinach as the greens and we're good. I don't think I've gotten to the kale level of desire for bitterness, but like just throw kale on everything. It's like yikes. It's still a yikes.
作文
Akubun.
買います行きます
Shukudai.
宿題
Shukurimasu.
作文
Akubun.
作
Okay. Oops. Wait, what the heck? Oh, I clicked away. Shukurimasu.
作ります
Shukurimasu.
半
Han.
5分
Gofu.
親切
Shinsetsu.
作
Akubun. Passage? Oh, it's passage. Bunsho. Passage.
文章
Bunsho. Bunsho.
作文
Wow. Denshu. Yeah, Denshu.
練習
Denshu.
文章入り口文 文
文章
Show.
文
Show.
作文
Saku.
作文文章
Musuko.
息子
Nichaku.
2着
Nichaku.
文
Give me the other ones.
さ
Bun. Bun. Sakubun.
文章
Yugata.
夕方作文会社文
Eh? Whoops.
作文
Saku.
作
Bun.
文
Okay. 8人。
8人病院 作文
Midori.
緑文
Okay. Alright, let's get. We're close. We're close. Kasu. Kasu.
かす。かす。
Kasu. This one just looks weird.
かす
Kasu.
かす
Mhm. Oh, it kind of extends
か
below.
す
It actually kind of makes it look
かす
less awkward.
かす
かす。かす。
Stop cussing.
かす
Kasu.
かす
Kasu. Sorry.
かすかす
かす
That's kind of funny. Alright. Oh, we got this. Right. Kariru. Kariru. Carl.
借りる。
Oh, we got this.
借りる
First time finishing two.
借りる
Finishing off the sections at least.
借りる
Twice. Should we go for a third section?
Kariru.
I'm feeling pretty good.
借りる
借りる。借りる。
Okay, this was fine. There are a few
Kariru.
errors that I saw that I made.
借りる
That's kind of
Kariru.
useful.
借りる
How
借りる
many of these exercises are there? I'm gonna say at least 10. Kind of looks like. 2. 足す。
かす
借りる。
か
借りる。
か
す。
かす返す借りる来ます見
見ます
借りる借りる貸す借りるか
Okay.
貸す歌
歌
う
う。
来る
来る。
来ます借り
借りる
貸す
貸す。
貸す借りる。
ね。Oh. Yes.
来ます走る。貸す欲しい
欲しい。Okay.
借りる。
来ます見る
見る。
借りる
借りる。
貸す
貸す。Oh no. Naku? Yaku? Denku? Daku? I don't know.
聞く
Hiku? Wait. Oh, this is. No, wait. Is this where? No. It's to play a string instrument. Other. Relate to the other. Don't remember that one. Don't use it too often. Whoops. Oh, got both of them there.
作ります
Kurimasu. Okay.
さ
Sakubun. Kurimasu. Right. Makes sense.
文章作文読みます
Oops.
読みます飲みます
作ります
さぶ
作ります。
作り作ります
作文
Okay.
文章作文作ります入ります食べます
The other pairs. The other pairs. Okay.
かつ
かす
かす
かす。かす。
かつ
あ
かす かすかす
Oops.
かす
かす。
かす
All right. I got my second win. You know, whenever you're,
借り
I
る
don't know if anyone else feels the same, but oftentimes,
借りる
whenever I say like,
借りる
you know, start strong and finish
借り
strong,
る。
and then, you know, meander a little bit in the middle,
借りる。
you really get that second win near the end, man.
借りる
Kind of
借りる
get such in a habit, like,
借りる
oh, here comes the second win.
借りる
Now we're just gonna speed up near to the end. Overdrive. Let's
かす。
finish strong
かす
for the day.
かすかすかす
かす
かす。
I'm also very hungry,
かす。
and I get to eat
かす
after a stream.
かす
Usually get to eat after a
か
stream.
すかす
Oops. That's what happens when you set your reward at the end of stuff.
借り。
Possibly a secret sauce,
借り
maybe?
る
You know.
借りる
Rewards go
借りる
downhill. As in downhill in
借りる
terms of effort.
借りる。
I mean, rewards go uphill, inverse to
借りる
the energy level going
借
downhill
りる
throughout the day. Rewards go up
借りる
as the day goes through, as opposed to the best rewards in the beginning of the day. I tend to have my best rewards at the end of the day. Haruku. 買う。
買う
歩く。買う。
歩く。返す。買う。走る。
泳ぐ。
歩く歩く
歩く。
歩く
Obviously, it doesn't always have to be that. There are things you can only do at a certain time of the day.
書く
書く。
買う返す走
走る。
買う。
買う。Okay.
歌う歩く返す買う
貸す。
ある。
歩く
歩く。
買う
買う。
歌う
買う。
貸す
Oh.
歌う貸す
取る。
取る
I miss it. Excuse me. Get in there. 散歩。
散歩
散歩 and 歩く。Sure.
散歩
散歩。
散歩
歩く。
歩く
散歩。
散歩散
歩。
歩く
歩く。
歩く映画
映画。
練習行く散歩
歩く
散歩
散歩。
人気
人気。
歩く
歩く。
お手洗い
お手洗い。茶色。
散歩
うん。
歩く
練習。練習。弾く。
引く
卓球。No, 野球。
野球
野球。
散
歩。
歩く
歩く。
あ
散歩。
机
散歩。上。
散歩
散歩。
歩く 強い、
強い 7月
4月、
4月 not 4月 right. All right. Okay. All right. So we got
かつ
かす
かす
かすかす
かつ
かすかすかす
かす
かすかす
bum bum. What do you do? You do.
借りる借りる
借りる
借りる、
借りる 借りる
借りる
借りる借りる借りる
かす
かつ
かすかすかす
かす
かすかす
かつ
かす
Weird.
かすかす
Okay.
借りる借りる
Oops. Ah.
借りる
借りる、
借りる 借りる
借りる
借りる借りる借りる
Oh. Ah, 買い物。買う。暑い。
食べ物、
Oops.
食べ物、買う、
買う。Oops. Ah.
買う、
怖い。
怖い、買い
買い物。
かものい
買い物。
買う
買う。
か
う。
買い物
買い。
買い物、
あー
動物、買う、。
あ、近い。
重い、
えかす。
かす
かす
かすかす
かつ
かすかすかす
かす
かすかす
We did it! Do we have time for this? No. Although... Huh. Always feels like it often seems like, you know, there's not a lot of non-lit boxes. At the same time, the moment you start, it's like, dude, this takes way longer than you think. Every single time, I tell you. Or at least how I feel. I'm like, oh yeah, there's just a few boxes. 1 hour later, it's like, oh my gosh, it's still the same few boxes. It seems like that's the The little bars do not have do not have scaling properties, so you can't tell how many exercises are in each of these boxes. Ooh, let's do this one. What is this one? Which number? Nanban. Guess Nanban. Or how many times? Oh. Nanji? Ne? Nan.
何度
No.
何時 何回
But that's the wrong kai. That's what floor?
Nanji.
What time?
何
Nando. I don't remember do being used that way. Interesting. Nanban.
何度
Nando. No, I don't remember that at all.
何日間
Nannichikan.
交番何枚何番
何度
Hmm. Oh, I do remember making the Nando reference though to the food, the franchise Nando. Hmm.
何番
Nanban.
何番
何度
交番
Oban.
何番何時 2度
Nido. Oh, actually I do remember now. And there's no change. I don't think there are any Nendaku that I'm aware of the ones that we learned here.
何度
Nando. Oh, we can totally do this one. Ushi. Right, Ushi. Uma.
馬
Ushi.
夏
Ah!
牛
Ushi.
Eh?
Ushi. Uma.
夏
Ne? Oh,
夏
sorry. Natsu.
牛
Ushi.
馬
Fuyu.
春
Haru.
牛
I.
牛
Uma.
牛
Ushi.
牛
Ushi.
は
Wa.
馬 鳥
Shika. Shika
Shika?
is deer. Shika.
馬
Uma.
馬
Haru. Murasaki.
紫
Okay.
馬 冬 牛
Ushi. Okay.
牛
牛馬
Uma.
夏
Natsu.
緑
Midori.
花
Hana. Okay. We got this.
肉
Niku.
牛
Niku. Okay. Niku.
牛
Ushi.
肉
Oh yeah?
おや
What the heck with this? Okay.
牛肉 馬
That's a weird inclusion.
Ni-
Yuniku.
肉
肉
牛肉
This is Toriniku.
鶏肉
Toriniku. Hai.
貝肉
Niku.
水 牛
Yuniku. Yunyu.
牛乳
Yunyu.
牛、牛乳、
牛乳、
牛
牛。あ牛ね
牛、
Oh, sorry. I had mental.
紫、牛乳、
牛乳乳
牛、冬、紅茶、牛乳、牛、
寿司、
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 牛、
し。あー、二足、二足。What the? Oh,
牛、
牛、
女、
女、
六、
六、
牛乳、
牛
二足、
二足。
牛乳、五、乳、
Ah! Ah! It happened. It was bound to happen at some point.
醤油、
Shoyu.
牛、
し、
き、牛乳、
ゆ、ゆご、夕飯、夕飯。
夕飯、
牛、
掃除、
掃除、掃除、
牛乳、
牛乳、
牛、
牛、
半分、
半分、
会計、
牛乳、牛乳、
え
牛乳、
牛乳、鶏肉、牛乳。今晩、
今晩、
今晩、
鶏肉、肉、
excuse me.
牛肉、
牛肉、
豚
豚肉。
新
Oops.
し
鶏肉、鶏肉。
牛肉、
鶏肉
鶏肉。Okay.
牛肉、牛乳、鶏肉、寿
寿
司、
司、
肉、
肉。
鶏肉、
牛肉、豚肉、牛肉、
牛、
牛、
肉、牛肉、牛乳、豚、
豚肉、
豚、
豚肉、
牛肉、
牛
肉、
豚肉
豚肉。あ、
牛乳、豚肉、鶏肉、牛肉、
Quite. Oh no. Oh no. こん、ぜ、大勢、大勢?
結構、
Oh no, this is kekko. Dang it. The two that I'm having problems with is usually oze and kekko. But I was thinking of ke from kekon, but what the? How am I gonna get ko?
結構、
We'll see. Kekko. We'll see in the practice. Ushi.
牛、
牛乳。Ushi. Migi.
右、
Kuruma.
車、牛肉、牛、鶏、
鶏肉。
武士
Ne? Oh.
牛肉
鶏肉、牛肉、牛、
牛、
父、
あ、
傘、
Oh, we're getting this. 牛乳、牛、牛乳。孫、
孫、弁当、ナオミ、牛乳、
What the heck is this collection of
牛、
牛乳
Okay.
ぎ
妹、
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 牛乳、
あ、
牛乳、2歳、勉強、牛、
牛。That's a weird collection too. One more? Let's go. 牛乳、
牛
牛肉、牛、
牛、
牛、
日本、昨日、牛肉、牛
牛乳。
おう
あ、
おう
牛乳牛に
牛肉
牛乳、
昼間、
昼間、
昼間。I did that again. 昼間。ね、
牛肉、牛、
牛。中学。
中学、
中学。Nice. Nah, this is where I stop. So, what are we doing tomorrow for recall? Discuss interest. Discuss interest and clothing. Oh, that's pretty good. It's flanked. So, 68 and 67. All right. Pretty good. All right. Oh, that's a wrap. Duolingo. All right, folks. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. Y'all youngins out there and peeps alike are enjoying working up your 2025. We're getting halfway through our January. Right. Until next time, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. And as always, keep on, being greedy. Be greedy about happiness, right? With the things that you need to get done, and work on constantly improving and being greedy about the things you want to do, right? Anyways, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.